there, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternate juror here to speak. And defense rest, take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Because I know it's me. There she is.
Hello.
Hello.
I apologize, but I guarantee you it was time well spent. I found the transcripts for the juvenile testimony.
Wow.
Yeah, so we have them. Because they didn't
I don't know
record.
why we can't hear them. That's silly. Like, we can't see you, we can hear you. They let us hear the minor and the other one.
Yeah. But hello, welcome. Thank you everyone for coming. We did wait yesterday for this trial to start, but it started way too late. So there's 2.5 hours of day 1 of the Carly Gregg trial with the opening statements and stuff, but there's probably about an hour of that contains the missing audio and visual from the 16-year-old teenager that was testifying, and then they have a court break and then they dismiss the jury. So there's probably only about an hour and a half of actual testimony and stuff before the first stream that I could find that starts at 9:30. That's the earliest. Even though they said court starts at 8:45, no one's streaming it before
So
9:30 today.
yeah, court starts at 8:45 Central Time, so that's 9:45 our time, my time.
Okay, so we'll be right up to speed once this is over. So we'll be good to go. So we'll be on track. So again today, welcome Flash Fan. Hello, Gabby, Teresia. Who else have we got in the house? Little wow, hello. Morning, Adair. So yes, again, today is the beginning of the Carly Gregg trial. Now she's 15, but she was 14 when this incident occurred. She's alleged to have unalived her mother, Ashley Smiley, by putting 3 additional holes in her face and head, and also one in her stepfather's shoulder. She is being tried as an adult. She's being held in an adult facility in solitary confinement. She has a history of alleged mental health issues, although the diagnosis is not particularly that clear. She had apparently a medication change about a week prior to the incident. She is also admitted and been tested positive to the use of Mary Jane the day prior to the incident. Her counsel is terrible, so there's a lot of evidence that can't come in with expert witnesses and whatnot because they did not respond to any of the state's motions. So I'm not sure how much of that evidentiary facts will come in with regards to her mental health issues and stuff. So we just have to wait and see as we go. But on today's schedule, we have the opening statements don't rattle on for too long, which is good. We have the 911 dispatch officer, operator, and they actually play the 911 call from Heath. Then we have the first responder from the Sheriff's Office patrol unit, and we have his body cam footage. Now, there is a bit of a graphic content warning, so just be aware. It's not vile, but it is upsetting. You know what I mean? It's, really upsetting. And then we go on to the transcript of the juvenile 16-year-old, and that's the one that she called and FaceTimed. Well, so the story goes, to come and have a look at said body, but that's not what happens in the transcript, in the testimony. So let's get on with it, shall we?
Yes. Did you say they? I'm sorry, I was chatting. Did you say they played the body cam from the?
Mhm.
Okay, because I saw it. I haven't watched it. I saw it.
Yeah,
Keep seeing it.
I skipped through it, but it's pretty. There is a few shots of Heath on the ground. I didn't see any red stuff, but I skipped through a lot of it just to get the timestamp. So there may well be, but I'll put up a warning before it
Yeah,
comes
I'm sure
out.
they're careful with it.
Yeah. Righto. I have it boosted. I have it closed captioned. And we're ready to roll. Let me know if it sounds okay.
This is a case about Carly Madison Gregg. Carly Gregg has been
Good for me.
charged with murdering her mother,
All right.
Ashley
For
Smiley,
me, it is.
and attempting to murder her stepfather, Heath Smiley. She's also been charged with tampering with
Okay.
physical evidence for removing a camera and hiding it that captured a portion of the events. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear testimony throughout the next few days during this case. You'll hear about some secret life that Carly lived. You'll hear that Carly had a secret boyfriend. You'll hear that Carly had a secret iPod, that she had secret social media accounts that she was using to communicate with people on this iPod when her parents had taken her phone away. You'll hear that she was secretly cutting on her thigh using a knife. You'll hear that she secretly had burner phones her mom and stepdad didn't know about that she was using. You'll hear that she had secret weed vape pens and that she,
You're on to me, Flash fan.
before going to school at times. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not why we're here though. We're here because of what she did on March the 19th, 2024. So that you'll hear that Carly is the daughter of Ashley Smiley, the stepdaughter of Heath Smiley, that Heath and Ashley were married sometime in 2020. You'll hear that Carly's not been in her life for about a year or more, that he was a known drug user, had violent and angry tendencies. You'll hear that back in January, Carly got in trouble with her parents when they found this iPod, that they got onto her for using these secret accounts and for communicating with people. You'll hear that around the same time that she had this boyfriend they found out about, and that they asked her to break up with him, and that later they found out she was still seeing this boy. You'll hear at some point that Carly got in trouble at school. She was cheating. She'd found the answers to a test and gave them to the other students. You'll hear that all of this was happening about the same time that they found out Carly was cutting on her legs. You'll hear that as a concerned parent, what they did was they got Carly in therapy. She was being treated for anxiety and stress. You'll hear that she continued smoking those vape pens even after in therapy. So now I want to take you to the real reason we're here and what you'll hear. We're here because on March the 19th, 2024, Carly rode to school with her mother that day. Ashley was a school teacher at Northwest Rankin, taught geometry. Carly was in the 10th grade. You'll hear that morning, she got in a little altercation with one of her friends, cussed him out. But what you'll hear, ladies and gentlemen, from the testimony of this friend is that he was so worried So worried about Carly's use of smoking marijuana, and so worried about her being high, and so worried about her having these burner phones that her mom didn't know about, that he felt compelled to tell Miss Ashley Smiley that day. Ladies and gentlemen, after the incident with Carly that morning, you'll hear that he gets in touch with another friend, and he's like, hey, you got to keep her distracted so I can go tell Miss Smiley what's going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this friend cared about Carly. He was like, I gotta intervene. I gotta tell her. I'm afraid of what's happening. You'll hear from him that he did in fact tell Miss Smiley. That after 4th block that day, he goes and he tells Miss Smiley, hey, Carly has got these vapes. She's got this phone. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear then that Carly Gregg rides in the car home with her mother from school to their house. They leave school sometime after 3:30. They get home a little before 4. You'll hear that when they get inside the house, it's only their 2 dogs, Ashley Smiley and Carly Gregg. Immediately, Carly goes and lets the dogs out. You'll hear testimony that Ashley then goes into Carly's room. You'll hear that while Ashley is in her room, that Carly's still outside. At some point, Ashley finds what law enforcement believe to be the 4 boxes that contain vape pens. Testimony will be that we believe she carried them from Carly's room to her bedroom, went back to search in Carly's room. The evidence will show that almost immediately upon Carly coming inside the house, that she walks straight to her parents, goes straight to her mom's side of the bed, and removes a .357 Magnum from under the mattress. We believe the testimony will be that then she concealed that .357 Magnum behind her back. As she walked through the kitchen, she peeks her head around. We believe the testimony will show that she peeks her head around the kitchen to make sure that her mom hasn't come out of her bedroom. We believe the evidence will then show that she walked with that .357 Magnum behind her back, walked in to her own bedroom, and then fired 3 shots into her mother, killing her. We believe the testimony will then be that very moment after she shot and killed her mother, she then hides that gun back out of the camera, walks back into that kitchen, sits down on a stool with the gun behind her, picks up her mother's cell phone, puts her mom's passcode into the phone. We believe the testimony will be that then she texts her stepdad and said something to the effect of, when will you be home, honey? Testimony will be that then she waited for him to respond. I'll be a little bit longer. She sends him a thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe the testimony will then be that after she puts the phone back down and walks out of sight with the camera, that between the next 45 minutes or so, that the defendant reaches out to or attempts to reach out to about 5 or 6 of her friends. Some were FaceTime, some were text messages. We believe the evidence will show that during this time, she was asking them all for help, trying to get them to come over to her house. She wouldn't tell them why. We believe that one of them's going to say he even offered to call 911, and she told him no. The evidence will also be that one of these friends did in fact come over to help Carly that day. She didn't know why.
Overthinking it.
But she knew that her friend needed help, and she went to that home.
She was looking at the color.
We believe the evidence will show that when that friend arrived at Carly's house, that Carly walked to the front door, asked her, "Are you squeamish around dead bodies?"
Didn't even enter my mind.
We believe
Don't
the
call
evidence will
CPS
show
on
that
me.
then
No.
she took that friend and showed her her dead mother laying on the floor. We believe the evidence will show
I wasn't
that after
blinking.
that,
I just couldn't
she says, "I put
pay
3 in my
attention
mom."
because I had her. Oh, she gives everybody the side eye. I wish I could show you all pictures of her because she has got the
Gabby.
best expressions. Gabby
Oh.
has seen some of her
I see
expressions,
Gabby.
but I can't show them. She could be a meme in some of her expressions. But
Um,
yes, don't worry, I wasn't filling her head with with this stuff.
mhm, Lordy,
Baker's screen is very bright and
that is,
the
and
colors are very
blue and yellow.
contrasted. So
Um,
like, she doesn't understand.
she's she's in training to take over the empire. Will evolve.
She might be the greatest detective ever.
Mhm. I will make note too that Carly actually is very, very emotional right throughout this court proceedings. Really, especially when there's body cam. Not nice.
And I got 3 more waiting for my stepdad when he gets home. We believe the evidence will show that then she tells this friend, hey, why don't you go wait outside in the backyard? My stepdad's about to be home. This friend will testify that she does go in the backyard and she hears gunshots. And the next thing she sees is Carly coming out of the back
Hey,
door.
Debbie.
We believe the testimony will be that she fell down coming out of the back door, gets up and tells her to run. And these 2 individuals, this friend and Carly, jump over the fence and run separate directions.
So Jody,
You'll hear testimony.
Is that better?
Pause that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Because yesterday we were asking, like, what happened to the friend after she invited the friend over to see the
Yes,
mom?
I'll
Then,
get to that. That's the testimony we're going to hear. Well,
she
I'm
just,
going to
yeah,
read
because
it.
she just said it in the statements. That
Oh,
now we know what happened to the
definitely.
friend. Forget the trial. I was surprised you want to watch Baker. Gosh, man.
What did she just say? That
She was talking about the friend. She told her friend to go outside, and then she fired at her stepdad, hitting him, and then ran out the door and told her friend to run. They both jump over the fence and then run opposite directions, is what
okay? Well, that's not
is
the
her
testimony.
statement.
Okay. I can only read what I saw.
Right. No, I'm just saying that because
Not
we were
right,
wondering yesterday, like the friend just
yeah.
disappeared from the story. What happened to him,
Mm.
her, whatever, who it was?
Do you want me to address that now or go wait?
No, you can keep going. I just was just because we were talking about it yesterday.
I'll keep you in suspense.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's better, Gabby. Yes, I hadn't pushed a button. My bad.
That there was a 911 call. You'll hear a frantic Heath Smiley telling the dispatcher, oh my God, she's killed her mother. She hit me in the neck. It grazed me. She tried to kill me too. She's run off. You'll hear from law enforcement when they arrived on the scene that Carly Gregg had fled the scene. You'll hear from law enforcement that when they arrived on the scene, Ashley Smiley was very much dead in the floor in Carly's bedroom, and that they found that Heath Smiley had been shot and hit in the shoulder, through and through. You will hear from law enforcement that sometime after the day of the event, they learned that there was cameras involved, that this home had surveillance video. You'll learn that one of those videos was turned over by the living victim, Heath Smiley, and it shows Carly Gregg and her friend jumping over the fence. And then you'll learn that there was another camera in the house on March the 19th, 2024. That Carly was hiding the gun out of sight of. And you'll hear that that camera was not in the kitchen when law enforcement got there, and it was not in the kitchen where it should have been when Heath Smiley got there. It wasn't until sometime later that that camera was discovered. Ladies and gentlemen, you will hear that Ashley Smiley's cause of death, gunshot wounds to the head. Ashley Smiley's manner of death, homicide. You will hear that Heath Smiley says, Carly Gregg is the one that shot at me. And on his 911 call, he said that she tried to kill him. You'll hear him say that he did not move that camera, the only other person living in the home. Ladies and gentlemen, you also hear from forensic scientists from the Mississippi Forensics Laboratory.
Hello, Mr. Udhurst.
You'll hear that
Morning,
both of
Udaha.
Carly Gregg's hands tested to both the right and the left. You'll hear that the .357 Magnum that was used to kill her mother and shoot her stepfather, they took swabs. They took a swab of the trigger and they took a swab of the hammer. And you will hear that the DNA profile that matches those swabs belongs to Carly Gregg. Ladies and gentlemen, you will also hear that there were 2 projectiles removed from Carly Gregg's mother, Ashley Smiley. One in her brain, one in her neck. Projectiles were tested with ballistics, and that those projectiles matched the .357 Magnum that Heath Smiley took out of Carly Gregg's hand that day on March the 19th, 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this trial, after you've heard the evidence, the state will stand before you and we will ask that you murder, attempted murder, and tampering with physical evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the defense wish to make something now, or do you wish to defer?
The defense will go ahead, Your Honor.
Opening statement by the defense.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long morning for you all, so I will try to do this as briefly as possible. This is not a whodunit case. We know who took action on March 19th to bring about the death of Ashley Smiley and the injuries to Heath Smiley. However, this is a why case. Why did it happen? Why did this exceptional child with no history of violence, who was loved by her friends, her teachers, her parents, who had a good home life, who loved her mother, why did she shoot her mom? Why did she shoot at her stepfather? The state would like you to believe the answer to those questions don't matter, but we know better than that. The answers to those questions is why we're here today, and it's what you're here to do. We believe the evidence will show that there were 3 victims on March 19th: Ashley Smiley, Heath Smiley, and Carly Smiley, and Carly Gregg, that they were all 3 victims. We believe the evidence will show that Carly had been suffering from a mental illness, that Carly was not aware on March 19th that she had a mental illness. We believe the evidence will show that Carly's parents, who lived with her, were not aware that illness. We believe the evidence will show that Carly's close friends, who saw her at school every day, were not aware that Carly was suffering from a mental illness, because it's hard to look at a person and understand that they have a mental illness. It's hard to look at a person and know that they have a mental illness. That's why it's often referred to as the invisible disease. A person can exhibit symptoms of a mental illness without people necessarily knowing that they have one, or other people necessarily knowing the person has. While the events on March 19th were tragic, the events on March 19th were not intentional. The evidence will show, and the testimony will show, that Carly Gregg loved her mother, that Carly Gregg and her mother had a loving, close relationship. Carly Gregg's mom loved her. In fact, her life revolved around Carly, as parents' lives often do revolve. Carly very much wanted to please her mother. Carly was an exceptional student, made a 30 on the ACT when she was 13 years old. She was the apple of her mother and her stepfather's eye. And you will understand by the conclusion of this hearing why Carly's stepfather is standing behind her. Because he knows on March 19th, there were 3 victims: Ashley, Heath, and Carly. The state will ask you to take your good judgment, to take your common sense, and to put it in a bucket, to put the lid on the bucket, and to toss the bucket out of this courtroom. We implore you not to do that, to retain your common sense, to retain your good judgment, and to make sure that you are listening to the evidence as it's presented, because it doesn't matter how many witnesses the state puts on, their story is filled with inconsistencies because they're not telling the whole story. The evidence will not show that Carly was ever deemed dangerous by anyone. The evidence will not show that Carly ever had any desire to hurt her mother. The evidence will not show that Carly ever had any desire to hurt any person. The evidence will not show that Carly invited people over to her house to view her mom's body. What it will show is that on March 19th, a hysterical Carly called her closest friends, begging them for help.
Flashbang, I think that she was getting some type of medication, but the medication was apparently changed a week prior to the incident, and she was also using Mary Jane, so the impact of both of those things could make a big difference on her mood and temperament, unfortunately.
Begging them to help her. The evidence will show
Good morning,
that Carly
Ali.
did not
90211.
recognize Heath Smiley when he got home that day. You'll hear that from him himself.
Good morning, Allie.
The evidence will show that Carly was so terrified when Heath Smiley got home on March 19th that even after Carly left the house, Heath walked around the house with the handgun in his hand,
In a detailed
looking
house.
for an intruder because he was convinced by Carly, by how she appeared, by how she acted, did that day.
And good morning,
By the
detailed
child
housewife.
he had known for years, that
Trying
he
to
was,
find a pause.
Oh, sorry.
that
No,
she
you're
was
fine.
terrified, something
It's this cuts out.
It's a very
was in that
jumpy
house to
screen.
cause that
Yeah.
kind of terror
It
in
wasn't
Carly.
very good.
What the evidence will not
available,
show
sorry.
is that Carly had a drug problem. What the evidence will not show is that Carly and her mother had any argument on March 19th. What the evidence will not show is that Carly had any desire to hurt her stepfather. What the evidence will not show is that Ashley Smiley was angry when she left school that day, or that Ashley Smiley was upset with Carly when she left school that day, or that after they got home on March 19th, Ashley and Carly engaged in an argument. The evidence will not show that Ashley Smiley found anything in Carly's bedroom that would have caused an argument. The evidence will not show that Carly intended to hurt anyone. The evidence will not show that Carly has not grieved her mother's loss.
The evidence will show that there is a creepy lurker in the chat.
Good morning, Baker. I don't know if you heard, my granddaughter
Morning,
was
Sarah.
watching you yesterday.
She likes your colours.
She likes the colors of your background.
The pros say weirdo with the spiky hair. You mean Darrell? Welcome, welcome. Did you oh yes, you did stream this yesterday because AJ was watching it. You're welcome to jump on if you want to, Baker. Just let me know and I'll email you the link if you want to have a quick chat before you go on.
The original.
What's the
That guy
original?
was
The
weird.
evidence
Ah,
will
okay.
not show that law enforcement did their due diligence in investigating this matter. The evidence will not show that Carly was abusing or misusing prescription medication. The evidence will not show that Carly
Mine didn't. I don't know.
was just a teenager who had a
I did hear
life
one.
that her parents didn't
Oh,
know
I don't know.
everything about. That's called having a teenager and being a parent. The evidence will not show that Carly had ever tried to harm another person, had ever had a desire to hurt another person. The evidence will not show that Carly is a monster, that Carly was a difficult child, a troubled
About to ask you,
child,
Gabby.
or a deranged child.
Super mod.
The
What can I
evidence
say?
will not show that Carly Gregg does not deserve you to return a verdict of not guilty. Now,
We'll get
We
you
shall meet
sometime,
again.
Baker.
Oh yes.
the evidence will show
You can run.
that Carly
Can't hide.
had a family history of mental illness. In fact, it was well documented. The evidence will show that Carly
Dare.
was
Why wouldn't
concerned
you?
that
Why
something
wouldn't
was
you?
wrong with her. She wrote journal entries about it. The evidence will show that Carly was afraid she had the same mental illness that her father had. The evidence will show that Carly's mother had worried for years about Carly having the same mental illness that her father had. The evidence will show that Carly was very emotionally tied into her mother's emotions and that Carly never wanted her mother to.
Yes, if you haven't already, head on over. Give him the likes and the subs. He knows the things to do. That one there. Diggity. Get on it.
There, Baker, you have a wrench,
Worry
so you
about
can
her.
post a link now to.
The evidence will show
Aw,
that
look at
Carly
you.
was scared of how her mother would react to the knowledge that
March 19th, I think. Was it?
2024, just last spring.
Yeah, just gone. Yep.
And she
Yeah.
had the chance to take a plea deal for 40 years
Mhm.
and turned it down. And then the
Yeah.
judge said, like, that's the day you can do it. And there will be no plea deals after that. Once the trial starts, it starts.
Yep. So yeah, she's facing a long time, apparently.
Yeah.
if
Yeah,
Carly
Baker,
had
I gave you a
if
wrench, so
Carly
you
had
can
the same
post a link.
illness that her father
Just
had.
gotta accept it.
That doesn't sound like a child that doesn't love her mom. And that doesn't sound like a child who has any intention of hurting her mother. The state would like you to believe that it's normal for her to go home from school one day with their mother, who they love, and shoot her, but nothing's wrong. It was just marijuana. Or because she was on social media and her mom didn't want her on social media. But again, we ask you to retain your common sense and to retain your good judgment, because we know that just doesn't make sense. And at the end of this trial, if the state's case still leaves you feeling like their version of events just doesn't make sense, then you must return a verdict of not guilty.
State may call its first witness.
All right.
State
All right,
calls Kevin
folks.
Collins, Your Honor. Your Honor, Mr. Lewis, approaching the start of the TBS.
And I don't think I agree with that part, Nidawau. I think she should
I haven't
be
got there
in
yet. Hang on.
juvenile, not adult prison if she's found guilty.
Yeah, my phone went all the way down.
Let me get back. What have I missed? Morning, Carmen, and good night.
Carmen, don't ever ask that question. Don't ever ask that question.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
So, what did you disagree with?
The whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you
That
God.
she would go to adult prison if she's found guilty. That I think she should go to juvenile if she's found guilty, and then at 21 or whatever that age
Yeah.
is, then yeah,
don't
she'll
know.
she'll
Yeah.
be great. I mean,
Apparently, she's been threatened there. That's why she's in solitary.
she's a little kid.
Mm.
You know, it's like she won't survive it, and she won't survive solitary for years on end. Even grown adults can't do that.
I
Yeah,
don't know the laws well enough, so
and I don't know why they have kept her in adult jail,
does
a
the judge
detailed
get to
house.
decide where she goes, or
Someone said, well,
I thought they
dare,
communicated through the toilets.
a dare. So Jody told a situation yesterday, which she can retell again because I've seen other comments like yours, and I agreed with you until Jody told her experience. And
Yeah. Well,
go
I
ahead.
actually spoke. Well, the difference in Mary Jane from back in, the 60s and 70s was something that was just grown organically. It was grown from a seed in someone's backyard and not modified. Whereas nowadays, it is so genetically modified, you can actually have the THC level percentage written on the prescription. Like, you can get a prescription online from anywhere, basically. And I spoke to someone yesterday asking specifically about this, and someone that has like a long history of Mary Jane use and has now transitioned on to the prescription stuff. And I said to him, is there any difference? And he said, not only will this stuff make you talk to the Easter Bunny, but it will give you directions on how to get there. And I'm talking like 25 plus years of research into Mary Jane has been put into that. And that was his comment on the difference. So, and then you put it into one of these pens, and its absorption is different too, because you've got the vapor with it, the water. So,
And
who
didn't you
knows?
say you had a friend that was
Oh, yes. I had a friend that used to live behind me when I was at school. And he, like a well-educated, went to a private school, smart kid. Yeah, absolutely normal. Had one Puff the Magic Dragon and had unknowingly had a genetic predisposition for schizophrenia, and that triggered that gene. And from that day on, he was not able to. He can't look after himself. He basically lives in supported accommodation now. He is that unstable from one. So you just don't know. It's not worth it. Oops, and I've lost.
and that's
where am I
true,
at?
Baker. That she did choose to smoke, and she doesn't have a strong defense team.
No, she doesn't. And what is it? Intoxication is not a defense, is it? Like, self-intoxication is not a legal defense or something like that? You know what I mean?
I do, but I can't think of the word.
I can't think of the word either. What's this? I have to say this and there is the difference between the synthetic stuff and the prescription stuff, yes, but apparently you can get THC levels up to like 35% mark now, and I don't know what they were back then, but he said it's way stronger. So there you go.
Yes, and then while she was mixing hers with prescription
Yes.
drugs, who knows?
Yeah. So this is the 911 dispatch operator.
And Udhaf, I'll just say things affect everyone differently.
That's true.
Alcohol,
Yep.
I mean, everything. Prescription
Body
drugs that are
body
legal.
size.
Yeah, everything affects everybody differently.
Mhm.
So, you know, you don't know. That's who's to say? And none of us are
Yeah,
doctors.
but you dilute that surely, don't you?
Sure. Sure. Okay.
I don't know enough about it, Gabby. I just happened to ask someone that I knew, and because I was interested with this trial, and that's the yeah, she was on the pens apparently. And who knows what else you can put in there as well. Like there's so many different oils that you can buy to add. That would defeat the purpose. What would defeat the purpose?
Diluted. I think she was saying diluting
Oh,
it.
diluting it. You know, no, it's never. Yeah. Delta 8 pence. Okay, there you go. See? There you go. No, dude.
I can't imagine being a 911 person. It would be tough.
Yeah. Not in Florida, apparently.
It's not legal here, but I think you can get the Delta 8 here at the shops.
Delta 8. What's that? Is that a type of...
I think it's it sent that. I don't know anything about it. I just, when I drive by the shops, they have their billboards up or whatever, like, get your Delta 8 here, whatever. I'm like, I don't know what that is. I don't need any. So,
Apparently you can get your prescription stuff and go to a proper dispensary where you can buy whatever percentage and what have you. But there's also, in Australia, we have the adult entertainment shops that apparently stock the synthetic stuff, and that stuff is nasty, apparently. Nasty.
so I know when I worked in the pharmacy, there was one customer that we had, and he had a prescription for, I guess it was, he asked me if I knew what that was, and I had not ever seen it before. And he said, it's basically Mary Jane. And but it was medical stuff that we had to keep in the refrigerator. He was the only person I ever saw get it. So I don't have any idea about it, but
What form was it? In bud form or was it powder form?
I don't know because it was in a box. I couldn't see it.
Okay.
But it was weird because he's like, that's what that is. I didn't even, like, wow. Start with a D, but I can't think of the name.
Yeah.
I think it was for his heart. It was weird. It's like for his heart or something. I'm like, how does that help your heart?
Apparently it's supposed to be really, really effective in a lot of chronic pain, particularly palliative care stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
going down that route.
No, I'm not going down there either.
No. Yeah, I don't like the sensation of not having
Control.
Yeah. All right.
It always starts with a D, Baker.
Yes, it does. Everything that starts with a D is bad for
Good afternoon,
you.
sir. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name's Kevin Collins.
And Mr. Collins, where do you work?
I work Rankin County Sheriff's Department dispatch.
All right.
No.
And you say dispatch. Explain to us just a little bit about what dispatch is and what you do as part of your job responsibilities.
Basically, we take all the incoming calls from the county and the community, even some from the cities for emergency situations, and we dispatch proper personnel, whether it be medical, fire, law enforcement.
And how long have you worked for Rankin County Sheriff's Office in that role?
I started in the Sheriff's Department February 7th, 2022.
Okay. And before February of 2022, did you have any experience working in that role in any other, for any other departments or agencies?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen about that?
I started with Hinds County Sheriff's Department in June of 2007. I worked 2 years at the city of Flowood, and then I worked,
I think the only difference you'd have is in the wastage. You don't have any stems or rubbish or leaf to throw away. That's what I was told.
Desert County E911.
Baker, it's never
Couple
too early
years
for
at Minden
jokes.
Hall Police Department, and in
And
the
we
last
will
6
see you
years
later.
before I
Thank you
came
for
to
stopping
Rankin County,
by.
I was a supervisor at the city of.
Well, it's nearly 11 p.m., so it's way too late. It's overdue. Yeah, no stems and seeds. Yeah, you get more for your weight.
Florence.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about some of your job duties and responsibilities. As part of your responsibilities and duties, do you dispatch fire services?
Yes, we do. Fire services.
Do you dispatch police?
Yes.
You, EMTs?
That is done through Pafford.
Okay. Who contacts Pafford
What's
in
the
the
name of
event
you,
that
darling?
EMTs are needed?
We transfer the caller in the perfect situation.
no,
we
that one's
transfer
okay,
the
no,
caller
it's
to
fine, Noah.
Pafford so they
Yeah,
can ask
no.
the proper questions.
Okay. And I understand that over the years, maybe some of the training requirements have changed, but whenever you became a dispatcher, what were the training requirements in order to become a dispatcher?
Within the first year, you had to go through a 40-hour basic certification class plus a 8-hour ride-along with each department that you dispatch, whether it be fire, law enforcement, medical.
Flash fan, why don't you do up a presentation about one of these trials that you're following and watching, and show us? And if it's in, well, we have the platform. do a project, share.
In every continuous year, you have to do 48 hours in 6 different subjects for every 3 years to recertify.
So did you do those initial requirements back whenever you started?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you ride along with those different agencies that you dispatched?
Yes, I did.
All right. And have you kept up your continuing education hours throughout the years?
Yes, sir, I have.
And who are you certified through? Who keeps up with that?
Board of Standards and Training through the state of Mississippi.
Okay. And you said you worked at Rankin County since February of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you guys work in shifts, or how does your schedule work?
We do. My shift is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we do a 3-2 split, which is like 1 week we'll work Monday, Tuesday, and then the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then the next week we will work Wednesday and Thursday. And it just alternates the following weeks.
Okay. How many dispatchers work at a time for Rankin County?
There's 4 of us at a time on duty.
And how do you guys handle calls that come in to, say, 911?
If it's an emergency situation.
Put your link up in chat. Maybe you'll get 50.
He can't put a link up. I'm
Oh,
surprised
give
at
it to
that because I
got it to Gabby.
didn't have any when I started. I just started.
Yeah, me too. I think didn't you have to put 3 videos at least on?
Maybe. I don't know. I just went.
Yeah, you've also got, there you go, see? Yeah, YouTube. Do the YouTubey thingy over there. What was I going to say? No, completely gone now. Gone.
Okay.
Then, we've
I
got
might
this
just
thing where we'll snap our fingers and somebody else will
tell
pick up
through
on the
his
call.
experience
Yes,
because we know
Um,
I
he's a
was.
Do you recall receiving a call from an individual by the name of Mr. Heath Smiley that day?
Yes, I do.
And what was the reason for Mr. Smiley calling 911?
He called because he had been shot. At first, he said he had grazed the neck. Once during the middle of the call, he then stated that his wife was also shot dead on the floor. And I continued to talk to him until deputies arrived on scene.
And do you recall the address that Mr. Smiley was calling from?
Yes, it was 214 Ashton's Way.
Okay. Is that address located in Rankin County?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mr. Collins, how would you describe Mr. Smiley's demeanor whenever you first picked up the phone that day?
He was very distraught. At first, I thought I was speaking with a female. It wasn't until I found out his name that I knew it was a male. And then I just continued to get further information from him, what I could. He couldn't even, when I asked him the address the first time, he couldn't even tell me the address. I went off of the 911, which gave us, I believe, 215 Ashton Way. And then later on during the call, I verified with him what his address was.
Okay. And you mentioned that Mr. Smiley stated that he was grazed and that his wife was dead. Did he tell you anything else?
Flash fan. Just create a free StreamYard account and give Gabby your email address, and we can talk you through it behind the scenes. It's easy. We can sort this.
He also advised that his stepdaughter had shot him and that he had taken the gun from her and she ran out the back door wearing, I believe, a gray shirt and jeans and went over the back fence. I got a description from him that we could pass along to our officers.
Woo-hoo.
And that's most of it, except he did also advise that she had been going through some things and was on medication trying to deal with some stuff.
Okay. When someone calls 911, are those calls recorded?
Yes, they are.
And do you know whether or not those calls are kept in the normal course of business by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Do you know whether your call with Mr. Smiley on March 19, 2024 was recorded?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that call was kept in the normal course and scope of business by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you listened to that call before?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Good to have you are on it today. I subscribe to you, Flash fan. All done.
I can't click the link.
Click it in your chat on your
Mr.
page.
Collins, I handed you an item. Do you recognize
Won't come
that?
up on mine.
Yes, sir. It's a disc of the recording
And how do you know that's what that is?
because I initialed and dated it.
Okay. Have you watched or listened to that call before?
Yes, I have.
And you said there are some initials on there. Are those your initials?
Yes, sir, they are.
Whenever you listened to that call, did it appear?
But the live stream on my YouTube only shows my chat. The live stream on StreamYard shows both, but I can't click on that link. And I've got too many pages open to go looking.
Got
Appear
it.
to be altered or edited in any way?
No, it did not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, we would move this disc in as State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted as for all purposes.
Then you can come on as a guest as well, Flash. Yeah.
May I retrieve the disc now?
Yes.
I wouldn't go that far.
And Ms. Collins, you mentioned that
That's
you
fine.
that you listened to this. Is this
Not
a
at 30K.
complete call recording of the call with Mr. Smiley that day?
Yes, it is from beginning to end.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish this for the jury, please?
Yes, sir.
You'll probably need to upgrade to premium though, Flash fan, so you don't get the ads you're going to stream.
Yes, Kelly, I was there when you said that.
Mm. This is how
What daughter tried to shoot me? Your daughter tried to shoot you? Shooting at me. Where is she at? She ran away. How old is she? 14. 14? Okay, ma'am, stay on the phone. Ma'am, stay on the phone with me. Just calm down. What's your name? Smiley. Okay, calm down for me. Give me your name again. Heath Smiley. Heath Smiley? Yes, sir. All right, mister, what's your phone number you calling me from? Did she hit you? Yeah, I got hit in the neck a little bit. Okay, so did graze your neck? Yes, sir. All right, and what's her name? Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg? You still have a gun on her? From her, she ran. You took it from her and she ran? Yes, sir. She was screaming something at me I couldn't understand. I locked the door. She's out. What's going on? Which way did she run off to? She ran into the backyard and went over a fence. Ran into the backyard and went over your fence? Yeah. What is she wearing? T-shirt, gray shirt and some jeans. Gray shirt and jeans? About how tall is she? 5'2". About 5'2"? What color hair? Brownish, brownish, short hair. 5'2" with back door, she opened fire on me. And was just screaming. Okay, just calm down for me. We got everybody in.
good morning.
She what? She killed her mom. She killed her mom? Yeah, that's what I'm screaming about. Where's the mom? When I do that, she tried to kill me. Where's the mom at? Sir. Sir. Sir.
morning, Teresa. I got Teresa and Teresa.
Yes. Good
Teresa
morning,
and
Teresa.
Teresa.
And Teresa and Teresia. Agree.
Confusion. Good morning. Run it at 1.5 speed, Becca, and you'll catch up.
Yeah, you're not that far behind.
No.
Sir. Okay, your address is 215, correct? 214. 214. His address is 214. Okay, sir. Where's your wife? She's dead on the floor of my stepdaughter's room. She's on the floor in your stepdaughter's room? What's your wife's name? Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley?
Only as a guest. You can't host. You can join as a guest, but you can't host it on. You can only use the app on an iPad or an iPhone. Sorry, Flash.
Was there any problem with it, sir? Sir, I need you to speak with me, okay? Can you go out? Can you go outside the house and speak to me? Okay. Okay. Now, was there any problems going on with your? Is it your stepdaughter or? It's my stepdaughter. And her mom. I don't know what's going on. The stepdaughter's been therapy for a little while, trying to work out some problems in the home. And I'm distracted. Okay, and you say your wife has been shot? Okay, sir, I'm gonna let you speak with them, okay? Okay. Speak with them, okay? No further questions, Your Honor.
If you're just doing pre-recorded videos, I think you can record them on StreamYard on an iPad and then just upload them onto your YouTube. But if you're going to live stream, you can't do that from an iPad. You can join in as a guest with the camera, but you can't actually host it. Does that make sense? Sorry.
The defense wants to use the projector for cross-examination.
The defense has no cross-examination.
No
You
cross-examination.
may step down, sir. You're going to use that with your
What do you
next witness.
say?
57,
Sure that-
20.
Sure that was him?
Before we go to the next witness, any jurors need a restroom break?
Yeah, apparently.
Hunter Lewis,
All right, Hunter, and where do you work?
Rankin County Sheriff's Office.
This is the first responder.
That does
Who's
not
body
open his
cam?
mouth when he speaks, and is very. I'm a cop, and I do cop stuff, like Gabby said yesterday.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
very bland.
Yeah. So we can skip his experience and get to his testimony from the day, if you like. I've been an officer for a year.
All right, and what role do
Went
you
to
work at the
training
sheriff's
here.
office?
Patrol.
All right, and
Patrol officer.
patrol deputy.
Yes.
Okay, what kind of
12 weeks.
education cover? Were you employed
Right.
as a patrol deputy at Rankin County on March 19th, 2024?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. Do you recall receiving a call for service at 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, is that in a subdivision or where is that?
It is.
What subdivision is that?
Some Farmington Station, Norfolk.
Okay. Is that in Rankin County?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Did you respond to 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, I do.
Whenever you arrived at 214 Ashton Way on March 19, 2024, were there any other law enforcement personnel there whenever you arrived?
No, sir.
So were you the first one there?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Whenever you arrived on scene that day on March 19th at 214 Ashton Way, just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you observed whenever you got there.
Not what Grandma said.
When I arrived, there was the door was locked, but I could hear somebody screaming and highly upset on the inside of the house.
Okay. Did you later find out who was inside the house?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
He's Smiley.
At any point, did Mr. Smiley come outside or tell us what happened next?
Yes, I knocked on the door several times, announced who it was, and then he opened the door.
Can you describe Mr. Smiley's demeanor that you personally observed?
He was hysterical, highly upset, crying.
Okay. Whenever he came out, tell us what happened next.
He fell to the ground on the porch just outside the front door once, and then I asked him where his wife was. He said that she was inside on the floor.
What information, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Deputy Lewis, what information, if any, had you been provided by dispatch?
Just advised that there had been 2 people shot inside the residence.
Okay, so you stated that Mr. Smiley came outside, then and you spoke to him briefly. Then what happened next?
After I spoke to him, I went inside to check on the other party. Bedroom.
Okay, and then did you do anything to Miss Smiley whenever you encountered her inside?
I did. I initially checked for a pulse, and I couldn't feel the pulse, so I lifted the towel to see what kind of see what had happened, and that's when I noticed she had been shot in the face.
Okay, you mentioned a towel. Tell us. We haven't heard that before, so tell us what are you talking about? You
Into the bedroom, she was laying flat on her back with her arms crossed with a towel over her face.
How were her arms crossed, if you recall?
Across the top of her chest.
Okay. And did you later confirm the identity of the female inside?
I did.
And who was that?
Ashley Smiley.
Okay. After
Did she cross her
checking Miss
arms?
Smiley's pulse,
I don't know. I was reading
then?
because
Then went back outside. I radio dispatched and asked them to have medical come on in, and went back outside to where Mr. Smith.
that's got to be a strong.
Whenever you got back outside, were there any other law enforcement officers there at that time?
There,
Oh,
Okay, and who was that?
who could be?
Deputy Dustin Smith.
Okay. And once you returned back outside and encountered Mr. Smiley again on the front porch, what happened after that?
He told me who had shot him and gave me a description of what she was wearing.
And who did he tell you shot him?
His step,
Who put the towel
Her
over what?
name?
Carla Gregg.
Okay. And what did he tell you she was wearing?
When he found the mother, he found her on her back, a towel over her face, and her arms crossed over her.
Oh,
That's why. So, did Carly put the towel over her face? Because if you watch like the profilers or whatever, they say that's a sign of remorse, or you don't want to because you cared about that person. So I could see either one of them putting the towel over her face, but who crossed
Yeah.
her arms?
I don't know.
Because you think she would fall. They would fall to her
Yeah.
side. They wouldn't fall like maybe. I don't know.
No,
But yeah,
not
so
natural.
I don't know who did that.
How long have we got you for, my darling?
Yeah, I was gonna wait. Well, I don't know how long he's on.
107 is the body cam footage starting. So
What?
he's got another 5 minutes or so before the body cam. I'm not sure
Okay.
what time that goes for, but
Okay.
maybe
I'll watch
20
it on my
minutes.
phone. I'll watch it on my phone. So as I get ready to go. So I'm going to my phone. Behave, all you people in my chat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
You
Yep.
know
Yep.
who I'm
Yep.
talking to. Yeah, there's one.
All
Bye, Gabby.
right. Drive safely and
I
say
will.
hello to Daddy-O.
I will. I will be listening. Flash fan, Adair, if you're lurking, behave.
Yeah.
Yes, I know you always do, Debbie. But I will be on my phone as I drive to my dad's, and then I'll be back. So behave. And I'll see you in a little bit.
Okie dokie.
Bye.
Bye. What was that, Gabby? Oh, yes, I agree. No, she didn't come back.
I'm still here. Soon enough, I will. Thanks, Flash fan.
Go and get.
Always lurking. Always lurking. All right. See ya.
Bye.
Bye, Tricia. Thank you.
She was wearing, I can't recall exactly what he has told me.
And then after that, what did you do next with that information?
Radioed to the units that was responding.
Did Mr. Smiley ever say anything about a gun or anything like that?
He did.
Okay, tell us about that.
He advised that the gun that was used was laying on that counter and there was one live round in the cylinder.
Did he say what type of gun it was?
357.
Okay. And then what did you do after that, if anything?
I let the other officers know that about the weapon and then had the crime scene taped off.
Okay. And so how long did you stay out there that day?
Until took possession of Miss Molly.
Okay. And after, at some point, did investigators get there? What happened with that?
When they arrived on the scene, they started taking photographs and processing the scene.
Okay. Now, Deputy Lewis, as a patrol deputy with Rankin County, do you wear a body-worn camera?
Yes, sir, I do. And
tell us, when do you activate your camera?
Anytime dealing with the public.
Okay. On March 19th, 2024, whenever you responded to 214 Ashland Way, were you wearing body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did your body-worn camera, in fact, did it record what happened whenever you arrived there on the scene?
Yes, sir, it did.
Do you know whether that body-worn camera footage is kept by the Rankin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, it is.
Gabby, can you please boop over to my chat and chuck Flash Fans link in to my chat because I can't click on it. I can't click on it. Please. Thank you.
Since March 19th, 2024, have you reviewed that footage?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
That approach on.
Okay. It has the power, Adair. Now, I've put the graphic content warning up, but it's more upsetting than graphic.
Deputy Lewis, I handed you an object on. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of my body cam footage.
How do you know that's what that is?
Because I initialed it after I watched it.
Okay, so you watched that and initialed it.
Yes, sir, I did.
Thank you, sweetheart.
That the footage that you watched on there, is that a true and accurate depiction of what your body cam recorded on March 19th, 2024 at 214 Ashton Way?
Yes, sir, it is.
Had that video been edited or altered in any way?
No, sir.
All right.
Once you've done a video flash, you can email it to us or whatever if you want to come on, and we can do a stream, and you can talk about it through StreamYard with us. Yeah. How's that?
Your Honor, at this time we would move
No,
this
you
in
didn't
as
give me
State's
that.
Exhibit 2.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted without objection, ST.
So the body cam footage has been admitted into evidence, as with the 911 call.
And Your Honor, I would ask for permission to post this to the jury.
All right.
You have 15 subs now, Flash. Yeah, I get really, really upset now.
Yeah, go back inside. Sheriff's office! Sheriff's office! Hey, come on, shuffle. Hey, come here. Hey, where's your wife at, bud? Where's your wife at?
She's dead on the floor in that room.
She where? Sheriff's office!
Sounds good. Yay! 16!
Hello?
Woohoo! Get up.
That's, I need medical here.
Hello. Yes, baby.
Man, I need you to get. Hey, where's your son wearing? Hey, can you tell me what your son's wearing? Hey, I need you to talk to me. What is your son wearing?
She was in jeans and a grayish t-shirt. She's got short brownish hair.
So, jeans, a gray t-shirt, short brown hair.
She ran into the backyard. I tried to follow her. She jumped the fence and ran. She shot me in the neck.
But
It's okay.
does she still have the gun?
It's on the kitchen counter. I think there's one light round left in it. I opened the cylinder. I went in the back door. She tried to shoot me.
Oh, there's the back door again, Gabby.
I need some gloves.
Always a back door and a Walmart every time.
Hey, he's saying that she ran towards Magnolia Place. Are you sure? He's Greg's, but he's 10-2. It went through his shirt.
You got me right there.
Magnolia Place, gated subdivision.
She went over the side back towards my vehicle. She might have looked around this way.
Might look back going back towards the farm right there. I'll just take a look. Hey, she does not have the firearm. The firearm is here at the house. Hey, he's been grazed, but he's 10-2. She's laying in the floor with the towel. She's, yeah. That's all that wants is so. Look at this look. Will you take that tape right there and just go to those strings, from my car to those strings? Actually, go for the mailbox. Turn through? It's a 357. Does she have any kind of, what's her name? What? Carly Gregg. Carly Gregg? How old is she? 14. She'll be 15 next month. Okay.
Yes, Christine, we are doing a stream on Wednesday.
She jumped the fence, he said. She didn't go out the back door. Is he the only one? No, we got one. She's not. Okay. The back door is locked. She did not go out the back door. Careful, that's what he's claiming. Gray shirt, blue jeans, short brown hair. Hey, y'all do be advised, there's several firearms in the house. But the one that he's saying was used is laying on the table, but they don't mention it all. We don't know the shit you've done. We're going
I didn't hear. I think she went out the back door, Kelly, from what I thought.
There was a white male walking in whenever I was coming in. She's 14.
No, dear. Look, this is still day one, and it's just the body cam footage of the first responder on site. I do have day two set up, ready to stream as soon as we finish this. We'll flick straight over to those. Hmm. Unless when he went in, he locked it.
Hey, buddy, listen to me, okay? I need to get some information from you. What is her name again? Carly, C-A-R-L-Y. C-A-R-L-Y? Carly Madison Gregg. G-R-E-G-G. G-R-E-G-G? She's my stepdaughter. All right. This is Gartwell, and we're having all kind of problems with him. He's okay. Drugs and what is your name, sir? Smiley. He's Smiley? Okay. Please take it back for that. All right. Hey. What's your wife's number? Name? Have you called her? Have you called her?
Which one are they?
Hey, how old is Ashley? How's your wife? 40. 40? I need you to find an Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley, 40 years of age, white female. Also, I got a 27 for the other victims. 801-151-492. 801-151-492. Suspect is going to be Carly, C-A-R-L-Y, Madison Gregg. Carly Madison Gregg, G-R-E-G-G. Let me, do y'all just roll with him right now? Or y'all, I can't get a picture of him. What I was going to say is if you need to get anything with him, do it. Yeah. And, we're going to have somebody come to the hospital. I'm sure. So, yeah. So I'm just, that's all I need. This is right this man. Get his wife. That's her recommendation. I said that was mom. That's my wife. And you kept asking what you call his wife. I was trying to. Okay, all right. Go ahead and do what you got to do. So he's gonna, I'm getting information good. It's a through and 30 through the shoulder. That's right now. This is him. She's Ashley Smiley, she's 40 years old, and then the one we're looking for is Carly Madison Gregg, she's 14. They've been having issues with her in the past, so this is a stepfather. But that's just now. We need on him, I said we'll probably send somebody up there with him. Yeah. What do you say, though? Magnus? Great question. Yeah, I'm saying. Get a picture, you know.
I could not like Debbie.
I'm sorry about that. No, you're fine. That's why I was trying to just like. So you're going to want to see me? What? There's several guns in the house. need I need a crumb, sing off. Dogs. So we'll take care of that, okay? Even better than the piano. We'll take care of the dog, okay? You try to take a picture of that so y'all have it for y'all's information? I'm just going to get all this information from him. I don't need that. Okay, all right. I got Reverend going to start this for me. Okay. What's his name? Burnell. Colin Burnell. Okay. I thought I recognized him. He's ex-Pearl. Yeah, Pearl and Flowood, all of them. They've been everywhere. That be better? Yeah. Works for me. It's going to be, we use it up pretty quick. I get it from Burnell. Yeah, hey, turn around. Hey, y'all turn around real quick. You try to take a picture. You don't want to.
Morning, Bill.
I have no idea. He said they've been having issues. I couldn't really get nothing out of it. I didn't really get much from him because he's so, you know, all he told me is she took, huh? Yeah, all he kept telling me was she ran out the back door, but the back door is dead bolted. What's the easiest way? Maybe he probably kind of in the heat of things, trying to get him coming back. Did he say the wife's name was Ashley? Ashley? Yeah. Who did this? Ashley Smiley. Ashley Smiley. I just she was back there. Yeah. Hey Tyler, the gun that's used is right there on the counter in the kitchen. No. No. They're still alive? Yeah. Dad saw who she's in here.
No, it was a juvenile on the other side waiting for her.
What? Oh, that's a little. Yes, got it. Yeah, got it. Oh, sweet. Figure out where the fuck she's going. Now this is kind of. There's a bunch of drug cases and stuff like that there. That closet swimming full of goons.
Still goes well on Wednesday,
So she
Dawn.
may still have access to them. She's in there, Doug. I mean, I couldn't get nothing in the front door.
It's nearly done. In fact, I think that's just about the end of the body cam.
He was explaining something to me about the mother, the father, because he stepped there.
Warning gunner.
Okay. Yeah.
For warning gunner for what, Gabby? You mean the one with the graphic content that's on the screen?
Tell him me and Dustin's already cleared the house. Me and Dustin's already cleared the house. Me and Dustin cleared the house.
I'm talking every closet, under the beds, everything. You know how juvenile hall hide the damn spot.
But Dad, he said she ran out the back door.
I know. But Dad might. You never know. Look, I want to go through the house and I want to very politely. I want to look under beds. I want to look in closets. Let's make sure she's not in this house before we exhaust a whole lot of it. You know how juvenile hall is.
Me and Dustin walked through and cleared the house, but
did you look under beds?
We didn't get that far. We looked in closets and stuff like that.
Yeah, I quickly cleared it, but I hadn't. Yeah, let's hit all clear. Thank you.
That's mom. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, mom and dad both got it.
Mom and dad both what?
Got it.
Okay. And dad's
got it through and through on the shoulder. He's already in the ambulance.
So it's the 14-year-old?
Yeah, the 14-year-old.
I found out on the way here. Yeah. It's 40 years old. Did y'all not hear Gregg? Yeah, I heard Gregg.
That's the end of body cam, I think.
Yeah. She texted.
No. Where was the other guy? Who was that? The one that I was just talking to? Okay. Yeah. That's it for now.
Good job, Father. I feel like Jodo. Yeah.
What do you want, Nessie?
That's why I've put, can you tell, I've covered the logo to try and reduce any possibility of copyrights. No, they're not very exciting. No.
She's 14, so she's not gonna have anything. But there's some screens. There's some screens in here. You see, this thing right here is doing some pictures. Short now.
We should during the lunch break, we should get back onto Suno and make a gangster rap song for Gabby. fully sick, Ray. Fully sick. You got the rent, you got the bar.
Deputy Lewis, I heard a call out there. They said that that they got her. It was 17:35. Is that 5:35 p.m.?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And
What that booger off your face?
what did you know about whether or not custody at that time?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What did they mean whenever they said that they took her into custody at 17:35?
They took her into custody at 5:35.
And do you know who that was that they were talking about?
Yes, sir. It was one of our interdiction units.
Okay. And who did they take into custody?
Gregg.
Okay. And I think the video goes on a little bit longer, but I think your testimony was earlier that you stayed out there until the coroner showed up. Is that correct?
That is.
And what type of things were you doing until the coroner showed up?
Just help processing the scene and.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
Flag up. Well, she's from Boston.
Two more brief questions, Deputy Lewis. I heard you use two, I guess in the police world, what they call 10 codes on there. And I think you said one was 10-2 and one was 10-7. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means?
10-2 means okay and 10-7 means deceased.
Okay. And who were you referring to as 10-2 in the video?
Okay.
He's Smiley.
And who was 10-7?
The mother, Ashley Smiley.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you intend to use the video?
No, Your Honor.
All right. If you would, Mr. Livingston, if you would, he's not going to use that. Would you move that out of the way, please?
Sir.
You don't have to plug it necessarily. Okay. Court. One moment, Mr. King.
About 5 more minutes of testimony. And I'm checking that day 2 has not started yet. It has not started streaming. I'm keeping an eye on it. You mean Al Gaboni?
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Hunter, you were the first person on the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And I guess you had to knock on the door a few times in order to get Heat to come to the door. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think when you enter, I guess when he comes to the door, you see him and he's talking on a cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
And at that time, he's actually talking to the 911 dispatcher, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then did you have him go out? I wasn't 100% sure when I was looking at the video. Did you have him come out or did he come out and sit down?
Well, I asked him to come out.
Okay. And so when he comes out, you notice he's been injured at that point. Or did you, I think you asked him if he was injured or you were able to ascertain that he was injured, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you had him sit down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that because you're looking out for his safety. And if somebody's been injured, you don't want them walking around and possibly fainting and doing things like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were having him or sit down, try to calm down. Because at this point, you're trying to get some information from him about what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed you ask him what happened. He's telling you that I guess somebody had shot him. Is that correct?
Said that again, sir.
You were asking what happened, and he said somebody had shot him. Is that correct?
I don't recall that, sir.
Okay, he didn't tell you somebody had shot him? Didn't you ask him what happened? And he said that his stepdaughter had shot him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think it took you a couple times because you had asked, what does your son look like? And it took you a couple that you had to think to realize that it's actually a stepdaughter, not a stepson. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is all on, this is all on video, correct? We just saw the video. This is all on video.
Yes, sir.
That's what we would call a body cam, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have certain policy and procedures with the body cam, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had said when you first got up on the stand, you were asked about why you wear a body cam or what it is. And you said any time that you have interaction with the public.
Yes, sir.
And it's for your safety. And it's also for the safety of the, the public, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you have certain policies that say, as long as you're out there, you can't turn that body cam off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a Rankin County Sheriff Department policy, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's I guess if you're wearing a body cam, you are, and you're with the Sheriff Department, everybody follows the same procedures.
Yes, sir.
May I beg the court's indulgence?
No, we may not. You've been incompetent.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No redirect. I don't believe there is any redirect.
Deputy Lewis, Mr. Cameron was asking about body cams. Do you know whether investigators, in your personal knowledge, do you know whether investigators with the Rankin County Sheriff's Office wear body cams?
I don't know that, sir.
Okay. And the gentleman who showed up out there with the white shirt on, who was that?
Investigator for now.
Okay. Of course it does. Nothing further.
May this witness stand, be excused by the state,
Yes.
by the defense.
Yes, sir.
All right, you can stand down.
And down. And down. All right. So basically they go and have a break and then the juvenile witness testifies, which they just stream the roof basically. They don't have any audio or any visual. But I got the transcript from Court TV as I'm just going to mute that for a second. Take that off because we don't need that anymore. Got the transcript from the juvenile that testified, and they wrote down the questions and answers that they went through with him. So it was a 16-year-old male that testified. They didn't give any names, but he met Carly at a football game approximately 2 years ago. And his mother was also a teacher at the same school. He claims that Carly and her mum were fairly close and he never saw any negative interactions between them. He stated that Carly was a genius at school and never got into trouble, other than one time that he can remember when she cheated on a math test. He claims at some point Carly's mum had confiscated her cell phone and Carly had then obtained a burner phone, unbeknownst to her mum. And they would communicate via this burner phone and via FaceTime. He was also aware that Carly was using the Mary Jane pen, but he didn't know how often she used it or where she got it from, and he only saw her do it once. On the day of the incident, he said that he saw Carly sitting by herself at the school cafeteria, and when he joined her, he said that he could tell that she was high, and then apparently she spilled her drink and got really upset about it, and he made a joke and he yelled at her. She yelled at him, and that surprised him because it wasn't normal behaviour for her. It was at that time that he decided he was going to let Carly's mum know about the Mary Jane and the phone. So he sent her an email. But he also said to her, just hang off a bit before you confront her, so she doesn't know that it was me that told you this. And apparently not long after that, they left school for the day, her and the mother. The email was then submitted into evidence. And he said that Carly's mum's response he wasn't angry at all about the news. She was apparently more disappointed both in herself and in Carly. He said that Carly and her mum left the school shortly after that, and he didn't see Carly again any time that day after she left the school grounds, not even when he got to the house. He hasn't seen her since, but has kept in contact with her since the incident. And he doesn't consider that Carly is of any threat or danger to him. But he also doesn't recall her expressing any type of remorse either. He said that later on in that day, he started receiving texts and a FaceTime call from Carly that had caused him concern. He said that Carly had previously engaged in self-harm when she was in any trouble, and he was concerned that she may do that again. At 4:21, the first text message he received from her said, "I need help, please." But he didn't see it for like 10 minutes because he was out riding his bike at the time. And then he said there was a FaceTime call from her where he said she was very upset, and he said to her not to harm herself or anyone else, to which her response was, "It's too late." Further texts also sent to him said to come quick, please, but she never said for what. When he eventually arrived at her home, the first patrol car was already on the scene, and he still had no idea what Carly had done or what had happened. He was questioned by law enforcement without his parents being present. He doesn't recall ever being asked if he wanted his parents to be there. He also said that he has never met Carly's biological father and that she very rarely spoke of him. And then there was they put up on the screen the Lifeline crisis number, which is 988 for anyone. You can text or call that number if you need any crisis or need to speak to anyone about any mental health issues. And that's pretty much where yesterday ended. And we're on to today. But yes, the stream is up. Oh, okay. So hang on, I'll share it because it has started, but there is another juvenile on the stand, apparently. Share. Add to stage. So I don't know how long they're going to be with this witness. I don't know who it is. Now, let me just change my banners around because that's better. Yeah. See that? Covers that logo. Yes. I got a picture of her. Very similar to that, actually. It must be some law that minors under 16, they can't. Although it was Court TV's feed that actually put up like the messages. Actually, I wonder if there's a chat. If we look in their chat, they had the chat is disabled for this live stream. What the? Really? Yeah, they basically put the questions and answers in the chat and put them up on screen so that you could read what was going on. Speaking of thumbnails, what we could do, we could design a thumbnail for FlashFan. I could put my editing software up on screen, and you could tell me what you wanted to put in there, and I can add pictures of stuff. Are you still around, FlashFan? What was the name of the trial, and tell us what it's about so we can put stuff in a thumbnail for you. Fried chicken. No, for his trial recap. Yes. So all we can do is pretty much wait. Unfortunately, there was 2 people providing feeds for this trial, and this was the earliest one to start. So the other one's only going to be half an hour behind. Who else is streaming today's? Let's see what Baker's up to, hey? What's Mr. Baker doing? You can annoy him in chat. Where is he? History. That's his pre-trial, but oh, Marissa's on. Oh, there he is. Hello, welcome back. Oh,
Wheel. No, they're not waiting for jurors. They have a minor on, and they can't show.
that was
yes.
That was the juvenile that just testified, I think. The 16-year-old. He was the one that emailed the mum and told her about the burner phone and the Mary Jane, if that's what you're talking about. Oops. I feel like my finger is trigger happy at the moment. And it looks like Baker might be having some technical issues.
What Jamie said. Let's see if I can go back
You're
and
not
read
even
some
on
of
the
this.
screens.
Oh no, it's live. I can only go back so far in the chat.
How can she get chat when I couldn't?
Bonkers.
There's no
He's
chat.
trying to come back again. I don't think he actually got the shelf, but he does need to disassemble the bed.
Looks like he's having trouble connecting to his own. There he is.
Now Marissa's back.
Oh,
I think
hello.
StreamYard is having problems because I just ran a speed test and I have a higher upload speed than download speed, so everything should be Gucci.
Yeah, I don't think it's on my end.
No, because it's only StreamYard crapping out. But
yeah, so he's
read
me.
What's going on today?
I tried to do that and I could only go back so far to like 9:53. But I also have to jump. I have a meeting in like 10 minutes. So hopefully you're all Gucci.
Yeah. Well, Jamie just have to be a
Look,
placeholder, so
I
I
can't
can
see how
jump in
come
and out.
he's got the stream
Thank you, Marissa, for helping me
chat
out.
and I can't.
No problem.
It's not Baker, it's everyone else. No, it's me today.
All right.
Juvenile witness 2, BV, a 16-year-old female, currently in 11th grade, gingerly walked up to the stand, indicating this is not an endeavor sought out by the witness direct. ADA Matt White. Met Carly at school, known her since 9th grade, had classes together. BV is the friend Carly called over to the house and asked if they ever seen an unalive person. Did you personally observe changes in Carly's behavior leading up to 19th of March? Yes, she wasn't necessarily different, but definitely being more risky with life. Did you ever know Carly to smoke vapes? Yes. Did you hear from Carly after school on March 19th? Yes, she called me. What was her demeanor? Jittery,
okay.
scared, secret?
So maybe that witness we heard from before wasn't the one that she called to come over and have a look at the unalived body. There was another one.
Quickly, maybe. Did she tell you why she was calling? Just that she needed me to come over. Did she tell you anything was wrong? What the F? That jumped. Did she tell you anything was... No, still not the right one.
Really?
Why did it jump on me?
That would be awesome. Hells yeah.
Sorry. Jittery, maybe. Yes. Did she tell you anything was wrong? No, just that I should come over. Was the call after you came home from school? Yes. Thanks. Jeez, that was rough. Hopefully today will be better. That's Court TV. You mentioned you went over to Carly's house. Did Carly tell you why she was asking you to come over? No, she
Yes.
said she couldn't
said
over
it's
the phone.
disabled for
How did
me.
you get there? My dad dropped me off.
Hmm.
What's the first message on page 1? Dude, are you good? That's me. Then, on my way. Carly replies, thank you.
We'll just
Next
have to listen
message.
to Baker read it.
I'm here at 4:58 p.m. Message was sent when I was in the car about to get out. You got to be more specific over here. We are all Swifties, but yes, she is on her honeymoon. What? What happened after you got out of your dad's truck? I got out. She let me in. Did she recognize you when you got there? Yes, I got in there. She said, don't freak out, trying to reassure me that it was fine. At that time, did you know what had happened? No. Did you know why she was telling you not to freak out? She said, have you ever seen an unalive body before? Does it make you squeamish? Then she was like, my mom's in there, and I peeked my head in the door. Did you see Miss Smiley? Yes, she had her arms crossed and a towel over her head.
Well, it must have been Carly that did it then.
Did she have the pew-pew at the house? Yes, she was carrying it around.
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened to her mom? She said he pewed her. Did she say how many times? 3 times. Did she say where? Just in the head. She said basically she had 3 more pews waiting for him when he was coming home. What happened then? Wow, this testimony. I went to the backyard and heard 3 3 pups inside the house. When did you give Carly the vapes you purchased? I'm not sure. What do you think of the drug element to the defense? What? That's speculation. How should she know? She's not a lawyer. So that's what we've been getting through to today. No, because she just said, I need you to come over. If a 14-year-old girl tells you that, you probably just say, good riddance, I'm rid of those. Oh, and I owe Toy a thing for you killing me, Smalls. Touch, hit, lick, like. Thank you, Toy. It's really weird being simultaneously reading this off.
Kelly, have you got like a Cash App or anything like that, or a PayPal account or something that we could perhaps, contribute towards your fuel money if you were going on a field trip tomorrow? That would be totally awesome. You'd also have to download StreamYard so that you can jump on and report live on scene, Kelly.
Now I know how my friend in Germany has it when he has to translate while it goes on. I'm not getting the sock puppets out. Well, she didn't move it, but she rearranged it, because we heard yesterday, I thought it was the dad who had done that, but she had done that and put
All
something
right, there is the third juvenile on the stand now. So there's another one
over the face. Todd, what did you mean by being more risky? Doing drugs, drinking hand sanitizer at one point? Didn't you dare Carly to pump hand sanitizer into her mouth? I don't think so. You don't
morning,
think so, or you
Sharon.
didn't? I don't
Good
recall one way
morning.
or the other. Next witness is also a juvenile. This makes for mesmerizing television. I can do this, so yeah.
Hello, Baker.
No, I can take this off screen because then they can't press charges against me. Hey, Jessica Thomas. I am well. Well, take us to bed with you. The next witness is a 17-year-old boy currently in the 12th grade. I don't think it's weird that dad just started cough. No. If she wasn't crying, screaming, how many 14-year-old girls have emergencies?
That's true.
No, don't lose the internet again. My kids at friends' homes who I know.
Oh.
Yeah, why shouldn't you do that? No,
Ooh.
don't lose the internet again.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's better. Maybe. Hello.
I think StreamYard is having problems today.
Maybe.
Read it off the transcript in chat.
I can't get the transcript in chat.
Yeah, and calling friends over to see it is really weird as well.
Maybe I refresh that one and see if it brings up the chat.
Well, what kind of
problems?
problems?
Look at that. What a difference refresh makes. Hey?
It could be anything with a 14-year-old girl.
Holy
I'm having
crap,
problems.
Ollie.
Did any of you ever have a 14-year-old girl? They have a lot of problems. That seems evil more than insanity. Case one, her hiding the face to me seems weird. This guy met her at a summer camp in 2022. Yeah, that's really, really weird. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't do it. It's not my internet connection. It's StreamYard that's effing up today. So hopefully it'll get better. If it keeps jumping in and out, I'll have to.
I have the chat. Yeah. Now. All right, so we're up to the third witness on the stand. It's a juvenile, 17-year-old boy currently in the 12th grade, under direct examination. He met her in a summer camp in 2022. Did Carly talk about doing illicit substances? And so, yes, she mentioned before Mary Jane, she has not done vaping. I don't know for sure the other illicit drugs that she's done. I believe she's done, the snow, the Florida snow once. and mushrooms. Other than that, I'm not sure. That's the current testimony so far. That really didn't do much, did it? It's a weird layout. Weird. If I do that, it's probably better. Yeah, apparently. Well, she was the only one in there at the time. Well, didn't the husband testify that that's how he found her? With the towel over her face and her arms crossed. So it had to be her. No, NFI. I don't know. One says she used the pen, the other one says no. So it's conflicting testimonies all over. There's no other questions up at the moment. Maybe they're in a sidebar. Oh, crikey. AJ, you scared the absolute bejesus out of me. Thanks, Adair. I've got it boosted. I'll turn my mic volume up as high as I can. Let me go back into my settings. I often blow my eardrums out. Give me un momento, per favore. Input. Let's turn the volume. Oh, it's only on 23%. That's why. Is that better? Hello. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I refreshed the page and I managed to get it. But there's no... Oh, here we go. Ooh, okay. Next question. I just showed up one day trying to introduce myself to her parents. What happened? I knocked on the door and met her stepdad. I was not sure what to say, but he told me Carly did. Oh, Carly did not live at the residence, or he had never heard of Carly, so I just left. Did you and Carly ever discuss what happened? Yes, sir. She messaged me on a burner phone, told me she was in a room away from the front door and that her mum was holding her down in a room while her dad was talking to me at the front door. She was upset about her dad not letting y'all meet. She did. I believe she was exaggerating. But she did say she almost unalived her parents that day. Ooh. Let's go to March 19th. Did you talk to Carly on that date? Yes, sir. She called my cell phone and I answered it. She opened the call with her on the verge of tears by saying she, excuse my language, effed up. Was it? Oh, is there another Becca? Yeah, your beep in my ear scared the absolute bejesus out of me. Awesome. Thanks for letting me know, Adair. And waiting for further testimony. She said she couldn't tell me what happened and then hung up. I messaged her asking if I could do anything to help, and she said no, that I was good. I don't know what your definition of good is, but that's not mine. There's only one thing for that. Where is it? I really need to get some more of these.
Touche. Mm-mm. 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 Mm-mm.
He's had some good ones recently. All right. She was on the verge of tears, looking scared and frightened, afraid of what she had done. And someone in the chat's written, objection, speculation. Someone else has commented that the drugs are irrelevant. The defence is arguing mental health issues. Well, sometimes that goes hand in hand, unfortunately. And someone's talking about having pork chops for dinner. I'm glad it's not just our chat that gets offline, off topic. No further testimony yet. This is like watching paint dry, isn't it? Hopefully this is the last of the juvenile witnesses. They could have at least put audio and altered their voice. I think Flash Fan has definitely gone to do some homework. Come on. Okay. Now we're on cross-examination. When Carly messaged you on March the 19th, is it fair to say she was reaching out for help? Yes, ma'am. Scared? Question mark. Yes, ma'am. On the verge of tears? Question mark. Yes, ma'am. You said you felt like she was exaggerating about nearly unaliving her parents. Sometimes people say as a turn of phrase, oh, I could just unalive them. Is that how you took it? Question mark. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Yep. Someone has having chicken breasts for dinner tonight with some bacon. Oh, and veal chops. Now you're making me hungry. Stop it. I call them chicken boobs in my house. Chicken cordon bleu. Cordon bleu. This is riveting. Riveting. Come on, Court TV. Yep. Someone hates bacon. Someone's having liver with fava beans. That's disgusting. Oh, yes, they're back. You're right. Thanks for that. Oh, yeah, let me settings. Yeah. Oh, where's she? Oh, oh.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
It's very, very quiet. Can you hear them? Who said it again?
Yes, sir.
If you would introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen.
My name's Heath Smiley.
And we've met before today, that's right.
The father. Heath Smiley.
Would, though, these ladies and gentlemen don't know you, so if you would just kind of tell them a little bit about.
Sorry, the stepfather.
39 years old. I'm a physical therapy assistant, and I've been Carly's stepdad for.
There you go.
It was almost, I guess, 3.5 years.
Tell me, excuse me.
Can you all hear that? Because I've
March
boosted
19,
it a ton.
Who were you married to?
Ashley Smiley.
And when did you and Ashley Smiley meet?
It was the spring of 2019.
And at some point, did you and Ashley Smiley end up marrying each other?
We did in June of 2020.
Where'd y'all get married?
We actually went up to
Thank you.
Gatlinburg when things opened back up after COVID.
Mm-hmm.
You like to take
Yep.
trips, be outside?
We did.
How old was Ashley Smiley when she passed?
She was 40.
And where did Ashley work?
She was at Northwest Rankin High School.
Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen kind of what Ashley looked like?
She was very small, about 5'1", 5'2".
Thank you.
Blonde hair, blue eyes. Super nice, real smart.
May I approach the witness room? I'd ask you to look at that. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture that we took. I guess we were up in the Smokies somewhere. I'm not sure which one that one's from. Might have been last fall. I don't know.
And it's a photograph?
Mm-hmm.
And who's in that picture?
That's myself and my wife, Ashley.
Your Honor, we'd ask that that be marked as the state connection.
Wonder if that's grandma.
No objection.
Admitted as 7 all purposes.
Yes, dear.
Heath, I
Correct.
know that it's tough. I can't imagine what you're going through. But can you tell us, is the picture of Ashley that is in front of you, is that similar to the way she looked the last time you saw her alive?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about, you told us that, a little bit about Ashley's personality. I don't think there'll be any dispute that she loved being a school teacher, right? Loved her kids at school.
Yes.
Tell me about how much did Ashley love Carly?
They loved each other so much. She just, everything she did, she planned out for Carly and around Carly.
Before you and Ashley met, was she previously married?
She had been, yes, ma'am.
And who was she married to?
Kevin Gregg.
And did Kevin and Ashley have any other children besides Carly?
She had a second child that passed several months or a year or so later from a genetic abnormality.
And her name was Natalie Gregg?
Yes.
And she had passed before you met Ashley, is that
Yes,
right?
years before.
What did you know about the relationship between Ashley and her ex-husband, Kevin Gregg?
Only some things that Ashley had told me here and there. Things didn't go well, and they ended up getting divorced.
And he, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen some body cam footage of the day that your wife was murdered and you were shot. And on that, you mentioned that y'all were having some trouble with Kevin Gregg. Can you explain to us what was going on around that time?
I think he just liked trying to give Ashley trouble as much as he could through the legal system, any chance he could. I don't know exactly what all was going on, but she had acquired someone to try to get him back into court about possibly changing up visitation stuff again.
Had Carly ever told you anything about Kevin Gregg using drugs?
Yes.
So he was a known drug user?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you, Heath, about you told us about how much Ashley loved Carly and that Carly was basically her life. Tell us about yours and Carly's relationship before March 19th, 2024.
We were always good. We laughed and played and messed around, loved video games, and took her to karate stuff until she kind of got tired of that, and she started going to guitar practice weekly, so I was taking her to that every week. We got along great.
You liked being a stepdad?
Yes.
Sometimes with children comes discipline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say, or how would you describe the type of parent that Ashley was to Carly?
She was, like I said, always thinking about Carly and just Carly's first no matter what. She would do anything in the world for her and would try to get the best for her every day.
Were there times that you and Ashley would have to punish Carly?
Of course.
Give us some examples of that, Heath.
She had troubles growing up with back and forth with the stepdad and everything, so she would always wanting to try to make friends at the house and around home. And Ashley was always trying to, keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay and knew where she was. And Ashley had to fuss at her a time or two about, I know you can't go here, you can't go there, it's too late, that kind of thing. But she never really, day to day, got in trouble, really.
I want to ask you, was there a time that a boy named Thad came over to y'all's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you recall about that day?
We were all sitting at the house and there was a knock at the door, and Ashley checked the doorbell camera and we didn't know who it was. Carly had talked to us about that and we knew who it was. We just didn't have a face to the name. And Carly saw who it was and didn't want to see him. So I went to the door and just said, I'm sorry, I told him you must have the wrong house, and came back in and shut the door.
Where were Ashley and Carly when you were at the front door with Thad?
They went around, I guess, into the hallway or maybe one of the bedrooms, I'm not sure.
At any point, did it appear that Ashley was physically holding Carly back from going to the front door?
No.
At any time after you told Carly told Thad that Carly didn't live there. Did Carly act like she was upset with you? Did she act like she was upset with Ashley?
No.
Do you think that she would have been mad enough to have said, like, she almost murdered y'all because you wouldn't let Thad come in the house?
That's not the feeling I got from it at all.
I want to talk to you about back in 2021. Carly would have been in middle school. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Were they living in the house with you?
Yes,
Carly
ma'am.
and Ashley? Carly was in the 7th grade, I think, then?
Sounds right, yes.
Was there an incident where Carly got in trouble for bringing a knife to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you know about that.
All I know is we had ordered some stuff off Amazon, and since she loved doing all the arts and crafts and stuff in her room all the time, making stuff.
Morning all. Morning all.
showed it.
Welcome, welcome. Baker Raid. What's up with Baker? Is he still having issues with his internet? Welcome. Welcome. You're all very welcome. I wonder if Baker can join our stream. Welcome, Kathy. Welcome, Pottertown. Welcome, Mag in Florida. Tracy Dean. Shore Life Creations. Mama Smith. Broken Baker. Altered you. Hey, my internet is acting up, so I send my peeps over here. Could you rewind 5 minutes so they can see this testimony? Baker, do you want to jump on here with us and we'll do it together? I'll send you the link. Hi, Iris TX. Yo, not Sean Bird. You know, the name of my internet here is Nanya Business, except it's got the F word in the middle of it. What's your internet? Nanya Business. Welcome all, Baker Aids. Yes, I will rewind it, not a problem. Welcome, Steely Arts, Celestial Force, oh, the Gabby, John Gary, morning, afternoon, Nina. Oh, that's, hey, Jedi Jess. What is he calling you today? And AJ's there, Roland Stone. Winosaur. Oh, I like that name. Awesome. A Grammy 86. Welcome. Muffin Top needs to back up the stream a smidge, please. Yes, please. And I'm just putting it out there. AJ and I do like a dual streaming, and I'm about a 15th of being monetized. I need, I think, about 150 subs. That's it. I've met all the other criteria. So if you're keen, it would be awesome to join the family. And yeah, there's two at the top of the chat. There is 2 links, one for alternate juror and one for myself. Feel free to smash that button. That'd be absolutely awesome. All right. And I believe we might need some more mods, AJ. Just quietly. All right. Now, how far do you want me to back this up? Do you want to go back? Let me see. How about we go back to Has everyone seen?
I
Is
think
that far enough
I
back
don't
for
know if
everybody
you
or
can
not?
see that she loved being a school teacher, right?
Thanks,
Loved her
Jess.
kids at school.
Yes.
Tell me about how much did Ashley love Carly?
Is that far enough back?
They loved each other so much. She just, everything she did, she planned out for Carly and around Carly.
Before you and Ashley met, was she previously married?
She had been, yes, ma'am.
The chat's going
Who
too
was she
fast.
married to?
Kevin, Gregg.
We absolutely are like a family
Did
here.
Kevin and Ashley have any other children besides Carly?
She had a second child that passed several months or a year or so later from a genetic abnormality.
And her name was Natalie Gregg?
Yes.
And she had passed before you met Ashley, is that right?
Yes, years before.
What did you know about the relationship between Ashley and her ex-husband, Kevin Gregg?
Only some things that Ashley had told me here and there. Things didn't go well, and they ended up getting divorced.
And he, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have seen some body cam footage.
Baker, if you happen to get your internet up and running again, please feel free. I'll email you the link now, and yeah, jump on at any time. Okay.
The day that your wife was murdered and you were shot, and on that, you mentioned that y'all were having some trouble with Kevin Gregg. Can you explain to us what was going on around that time?
I think he just liked trying to give Ashley trouble as much as he could through the legal system, any chance he could. I don't know exactly what all was going on, but she had acquired someone to try to get him back into court about possibly changing up visitation stuff again.
Had Carly ever told you anything about Kevin Gregg using drugs?
Yes.
So he was a known drug user?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you, Heath, about, you told us about how much Ashley loved Carly and that Carly was basically her life. Tell us about yours and Carly's relationship before March 19, 2024.
We were always good. We laughed and played and messed around, loved video games, and took her to karate stuff until she kind of got tired of that, and she started going to guitar practice weekly, so I was taking her to that every week. We got along great.
You liked being a stepdad?
Yes.
Sometimes with children comes discipline, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say, or how would you describe the type of parent
He
that
does.
Ashley was?
He does. He
She
does.
was, like I said, always thinking about
This
Carly.
is the stepfather, the one that took one in the shoulder. A good description.
Carly's first, no matter what.
I've got it. I've got it
Do
boosted.
anything in the world for her.
I'll go to 600.
We try to get the best for her every day.
Were there times that you and Ashley would have to punish Carly?
Of course.
Give us some examples of that, Heath.
I think he's very softly spoken. Sorry.
You know, she had trouble growing up with back and forth with the stepdad and everything, so she would always wanting to try to make friends at the house and around home. And Ashley was always trying to, you know, keep an eye on her, make sure she was okay and knew where she was. And Ashley had to fuss at her a time or two about, I know you can't go here, you can't go there, it's too late, that kind of thing. But she never really, day to day, got in trouble, really.
I want to ask you, was there a time that a boy named Thad came over to y'all's house.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you recall about that day?
We were all sitting at the house, and there was a
I love
knock
that
at the
song.
door, and Ashley checked the doorbell camera, and we didn't know who it was. Carly had talked to us about that, and we knew who it was. We just didn't have a face to the name. And Carly saw who it was and didn't want to see him, so I went to the door and just said,
Welcome.
sorry, you know, I told
Yes,
him
I do.
must have the
That's
wrong
up
house,
to
and
600.
came back in and shut the door.
Where were Ashley and Carly when you were at the front door with Thad?
They went around, I guess, into the hallway or maybe one of the bedrooms. I'm not sure.
At any point, did it appear that Ashley was physically holding Carly back from going to the front door? At any time after you told Carly told Thad that Carly didn't live there, did Carly act like she was upset with you? Did she act like she was upset with Ashley?
No.
Do you think that she would have been mad enough to have said, like, she almost murdered y'all because you wouldn't let Thad come in the house?
That's not the feeling I got from it at all.
I want to talk to you about back in 2021. Carly would have been in middle school. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Were they living in the house with you?
Yes,
Carly
ma'am.
and Ashley? Carly was in the 7th grade, I think, then?
Sounds right, yes.
Was there an incident where Carly got in trouble for bringing a knife to school?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about what you know about that.
All I know is we had ordered some stuff off Amazon, and since she loved doing all the arts and crafts and stuff in her room all the time, making stuff, I showed her a Swiss Army knife I had found on Amazon like I had when I was young, and she decided on a color of one she wanted, and I ordered it for her, and she used it all the time in her room. And then all of a sudden one day we found out she had it at school in her pocket and somehow got in trouble with it. And I don't know what happened, but they said they couldn't tell us much more at the school about it. And that's about all I know on it.
Yeah,
I have
so the
broken
knife
bacon.
was
Let
in
me know
Carly's
if that's.
pocket, not in her book bag.
Let me know if that's better.
I was understanding it was in her pocket from that morning when she was using it, but
And then you didn't actually go to the school for any type of hearing in regards to that, right?
no.
That would have been something that Ashley handled.
If she went up there for that, I don't remember it. She might have. I don't know.
What did Carly tell you, or how many days did Carly tell y'all that she had actually brought the knife to school?
I thought it was just that day.
What was the result of her bringing the knife to school?
They have a zero tolerance policy on that and sent her to alternative school until I think it was that Christmas break and let her come back.
So she had to spend
He doesn't want to get too close to it because
time at the alternative school as a discipline.
Yes.
What, if anything, Keith, do you know about another time that Carly got in trouble at school for cheating?
That was, I can't remember if it was this past spring semester or when it was.
Kelly, I haven't seen the defence witness lists. Everything's under it's behind a paywall, so and I didn't listen as they were going through them in the motion. I didn't pay that much attention. I'm sorry. It may well be, I don't know, but he's definitely for the state as we speak.
Everything is kind of run together on exactly when. But at some point, she has always complained to us that kids constantly bug her for help with schoolwork because she can do all of it so easily and she can explain it to them better than most teachers. And she got so tired of them coming to her for stuff. Somebody just dared her or something. I'm not sure what. And apparently the teacher had a book or a computer or something open, and she took a picture with her phone of whatever was open up there.
Was it like the answers to a test or something like that?
Something like that. I'm not sure exactly what now, but yes.
And then she shared those answers with other kids?
I assume so, yes, ma'am.
This is at the same school that Ashley?
Is my mic still too loud now? I've turned it down and I've boosted it, the court like to the max. I talk really, really loud. Yeah. Is it better or not? What's my gain? Yeah, that's a bit. Yeah, I've done that. I don't know what the gain is. Is that better? Is that better? Ah. Awesome. Okay. I won't get as close to the phallic device in front of me.
Taught at?
Yes.
How, from your observations, how did Ashley respond when that happened?
She was just upset that she had done that, and she, talked to her about, can't be cheating, can't be letting others talk you into things. Just going with the flow of kids is not a good idea usually. So.
Heath, were there other, we talked about Thad, was there another boy that Carly was in some sort of dating relationship with that y'all knew about?
She had been dating Anthony. Honestly, forgot his last name right now.
And the volume's just gone down even more on the feed.
Have you been to y'all's house before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there any time that you or Ashley told Carly, hey, you need to end this relationship with him?
I didn't get into a lot of that. Ashley had talked with Carly about him and, some of the things that was going on, and they had supposedly ended it.
I believe you told, do you recall telling law enforcement that there were times that you and Ashley both would go through Carly's phone?
Yes, we tried to keep an eye on her.
Was there ever a time that you or Ashley took Carly's phone away from her?
So Ashley had the parental controls on her phone, and we got to where we weren't going to let her take it into her room when it was bedtime. Had to keep it like on the kitchen counter, or we'd keep it in our bedroom sometimes. But she had her phone most of the time, so she could be able to call or text us if needed. She might have not let her take it to school some days. I can't remember exactly, but most of the time when she was out and about, she had the phone, even if Ashley locked down some parental controls for a little while.
Why was it that y'all didn't want Carly to have the phone in her room at night?
She was worried that she would stay on it and messing with it and not sleep.
Was there ever a time after y'all thought that Carly had broken up with her boyfriend that y'all learned that in fact she had not broken up with him?
So Ashley worked at the school, and she told me she had still seen them, in the hall together, walking up and down the hall and things. And she talked to me about it and was like, she was okay with it and everything, as long as, it was okay and nothing harmful was coming of it for Carly.
Enabler, you think?
Heath, do you recall a time that you and Ashley discovered that Carly had an iPod that she was using to communicate with people?
Yes, that was another thing that her dad had talked her into doing to get around communication. He was, I think, kind of paranoid about everything, and that Ashley might have been controlling Carly's communication with him, even though she always left those communication channels open, even when she locked down the phone.
Did it appear to y'all that she was in fact talking to her dad on the iPod?
I don't think so.
Who was she communicating with?
I'm not sure if she was communicating with kids so much as she was on like TikTok and some of that kind of stuff.
And y'all had asked her not to be on those accounts?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was, Heath? Around what time of year?
I don't remember that.
Was there ever a time that you and Ashley learned that Carly had been cutting her thighs with a knife?
Yes, and trying to think of a time frame on that, but it was
He's just so monotone, isn't he?
several months
Yeah.
back.
And I might have picked my nose at this part, and then I wiped it on my jeans, and then I went back and got me some tobacco out the cupboard, and just regular shit.
A year.
And Heath, do you know anything about Carly taking any sleeping pills?
Nothing other than she used to sleep like a rock, and Ashley always had sleeping trouble, and she would take a melatonin
Seriously,
at night.
my internet, if you come to my house and you go to log on to my internet, it says none your fucking business. One word. So every time if someone says to me, what's your internet details? I'm like, none your fucking business. Yeah, that's my humor. Sorry.
And it was a week or so she had a bad cold. She was taking some NyQuil. I think she said that helped out some too. So
Around the time that y'all found the iPod and Carly was cutting her thighs, is that about the same time that Ashley took her for
What
therapy
did I
for
do?
anxiety and stress?
Yeah.
Within,
It's over 2
I think
hours.
that
It's
was maybe a couple months, maybe before. Seems like.
Is that your understanding, though? That's what you told law enforcement of why Carly was in therapy, was anxiety and stress?
Yes, ma'am. It was something like that. I think she was kind of depressed some days.
And I think you told them that there were times that you would go maybe to the therapist's office with her, but you weren't actually sitting in any of those appointments, were you?
No, ma'am. I went up there with them a couple of times, but it was kind of a little waiting room outside.
And you don't have any personal knowledge about any medication that was prescribed, do you?
Not until after this. I knew she'd been on one and they changed her up to something else.
You don't have any knowledge on whether or not Carly was actually taking that medicine, do you?
She had been taking one a day, I think, until they wanted to swap her up to a different one. So I'm not sure on the time frames on that. I'm sure it's in the record somewhere.
Yeah, and I've been prescribed medicine before, and sometimes I take it, sometimes I don't. Did you actually physically see Carly taking her medication?
Ashley would have her go get it and make sure she was taking the whatever it was, one a day or whatever. She kept an eye on that.
Do you know if on March the 19th, 2024, did you see Carly take any medicine?
The 19th?
Yeah, March the 19th of 2024.
No, ma'am. Not that afternoon.
The morning.
Oh, no, I don't know about that morning. She usually would take it in the evening when she ate,
Okay.
I think.
Sorry, that was a bad question. So Carly would actually
Yeah.
take her medicine in the afternoon.
I think so.
Okay. When's the last time that you saw your wife alive, Heath?
That was the morning of the 19th.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that morning went?
Everything seemed just as normal as ever. She got up and went to work just like always. She would fix tea or something in the morning and get in the car and take off. Nothing seemed unusual at all.
Did you also see Carly that morning?
Yes.
Can you describe for us what, if anything, you noticed about Carly that morning?
Didn't notice anything different.
How would Ashley get to work every morning?
She'd drive her and Carly down to the school.
And then how would they both ride back together from school to the house?
Yes.
Did they usually leave, or on March the 19th, did they leave before you or after you that morning?
Usually a couple minutes before.
What about not on the 19th, but on a regular day? Would they get home before or after you got home from work?
They were always home before me unless something happened.
All right. What's red rum? Is that 2 words, red rum? Or is that a word that I'm too old to understand? Becky gets it. I don't know what it is. Say it backwards. Oh, okay. Oh, Jody. Oh, gee. Mm-hmm. Pay no attention. Nothing to see here.
Which is very rare.
What time would they usually get home from school?
Sure on that. I don't know, I guess school was out maybe 3:15, I don't know. And it's whatever traffic allows, 15 minutes or something up the road maybe.
Nope.
Typically, what time do you get home from work?
It varies. Usually
Thanks,
I
Sudhir.
get out of work about 4:30, and sometimes I hit that evening traffic and it's 20 minutes or so before I make it 3 or 4 miles to the house.
Where is your house?
Right off of Old Fanning.
That one I know.
That's here in Rankin County?
Yes, ma'am, out towards the reservoir.
And the distance from where you work to where you live is probably only about 5 miles, right?
Yeah, it's not far. It's just morning and evening traffic takes a little while.
Do you know if Ashley and Carly were at
Isn't that like a horror movie? Like, it's scary. I don't like scary. Yeah, no. I do remember it was Jack Nicholson, wasn't it, that did the Here's Johnny.
at school all day on March the 19th?
Oh, yes, there you go. See?
I want to ask you, Heath, were there times that you and Ashley would text each other on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall talking to Ashley on March the 19th?
I don't recall, other than that evening I got a text saying she was going to go to the grocery store.
Permission to break something,
I can't even watch Arachnophobia. I'll take your word for it.
Look through those messages, please.
See, needles I can handle because I did nursing for many years, but spiders, no. My mum went into labour with me
Okay.
from a spider fright.
Do
The waters
those,
broke.
and admittedly, these are not all of the messages between you and Ashley Smiley forever, are they?
Right.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the messages starting at 4:30 that day when she's talking to you about going to Kroger?
It seems to be.
And are we to ask that these messages be marked as the state's next exhibit?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
What did I say?
It starts at, I think it says 3:20.
Thanks for the Discord link, Becca. Don't forget the furry ones.
And thank you, Heath. You corrected me. Yeah, I apologize, Heath. You're right. The first message I was looking at was actually from the day before. I'm sorry, on 3/18. So on the bottom of that page, your page 2 of that exhibit, what does Ashley say to you? She says, I need to go to Kroger, thinking about going on the way home. Do you want anything?
Yes.
Did that appear to be a normal message that you and Ashley would have with each other?
Yes.
I think then you go on to tell her a couple things that you want. If you'll read for the ladies and gentlemen, kind of just a grocery list, right?
Yeah, just Mountain Dew, some soft
Mountain
ice
Dew.
cream, a couple of kinds of bread that I eat, and some random chips, just some junk food stuff.
And again, typical message between you and Ashley.
Yes.
And then at some point, does she respond back to you?
Yes, you replied back later. It says gonna go later.
Still sounds like something Ashley would text to you.
Yes.
Tell us about what that next message is that you got from Ashley's phone. He
said, "You almost home, honey."
Does that sound like something Ashley would typically say to you?
Not typically, but it wouldn't have been totally out of the realm. I think she would have phrased it slightly different, but I don't know.
What time was that text message sent to you?
That says 4:14.
Do you recall telling law enforcement that you thought that Carly actually sent you that text instead of Ashley?
I was wondering about that one at the time. Yes.
And then what did you respond to that message?
Said, no, I'll be here for a little bit yet. I'm at work.
And then you can't see it on this, but I think maybe Carly or whoever had her Ashley's phone sent you a thumbs up.
Sounds correct. Yes, it's not on there.
So let me ask you, what made you think that that was Carly that sent that message and not Ashley?
I don't know, just something with the phrasing of it, maybe. I'm not sure.
I want to walk you through prior to March the 19th, 2024, did y'all have any type of surveillance cameras at your house?
Yes, we had a couple things around. The Ring doorbell, well, I'm sorry, it's not a Ring, it was a Wise brand doorbell. Ashley had gotten to see if packages and stuff were being delivered during the day.
Were there other cameras either in the garage or inside the home?
Yes. 1 second.
Take your time.
We had one camera in the kitchen that I had actually gotten years before. I was going to actually put it at my mom's house so she could see what her dog was doing when she went outside and on. But the internet out there in the country is so slow it wouldn't run. So I had set it up at my house, I guess, well before I had even met Ashley. And it had just been sitting around.
And that was a Wise brand camera also?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that camera had any kind of like a SD card in it?
Ashley had put an SD card in it at some point, yes.
and I'm not super techie, but an SD card is just kind of something like you put in a regular camera to hold pictures or hold videos. Is that right?
Yes.
Was there any way to tell what time a video popped up from that camera?
That camera was older and had some issues working with the newer software. I'm not sure on that. Ashley had been trying to work with it some, but
Could you, I know I have a security system at my house, and there are times that mine's motion activated and that it'll ding on my phone and I can watch kind of who's outside the house. Do you have that ability?
no.
What about on the inside?
Y'all like it when I talk Southern like? Dang nabbit. I don't know where you got that impression from. I don't talk Southern like.
Well,
I eats me some
I'm sorry,
fried chicken.
the doorbell camera would ding if somebody walked up, like UPS dropping a package off or something, but the inside camera, she never could make it do anything like that. If it had that capability, it wasn't on or working.
So you weren't able to actually watch the inside from an app or anything like that?
I think you could pull up like a live stream on it, but it wasn't like dinging your phone every time the dogs moved in the house or anything like that.
It's probably a good thing, right?
Right.
So I want to ask Keith, have you ever viewed the footage from the inside cameras from March the 19th of 2024 at your house?
No.
You said that there was also a camera in the garage area.
Yes. Ashley had set that one up maybe a week or
Oh,
something.
thank you.
Could you tell the ladies and gentlemen kind of how that camera was activated?
So she actually got that not to use as a camera. She wanted to be able to remotely open and close the garage door and make sure she had remembered to put it down when she left and that kind of thing. And Wise had a camera that you set in your garage that would watch the door. And it knew, to open or close it when you wanted to. And you had a camera as well. So she
Together we shine brighter as one.
mounted it on the garage door opener itself.
And that camera, did it also record video and audio?
Yes.
The way that those clips work, how long is each clip on one of those videos?
I would have to go back and look at the time on that. I'm not certain.
Do you have any reason to disagree with the fact that it's like a minute clip at a time?
Perhaps.
Is there any way, other than deleting videos on those computer systems, are you aware of any way that somebody could go in and physically like edit a video from that?
Not that I know of.
And Heath, at some point, and I want to talk a little bit about it later, but at some point, did you actually watch some video from the garage camera from March the 19th?
Yes, the Rankin County officers had been all out in the garage looking through stuff, and
I actually just checked to see if he'd gone back online, and he hasn't. He mustn't be very happy, poor bugger. I thought he said it was StreamYard and not his intermobile nets. Nothing worse when IT lets you down, except when you let IT down, which happens a bit here.
assumed that they had gotten the other in the card and everything, and a couple days after, I guess it was the
Which videos?
21st.
Oh yes, the CCTV.
I realized that the cord was still in, the SD card was still in the camera in the garage, and I was kind of looking at some of the footage that it might have caught.
Can you tell me, I believe there were like 4 videos that may be relevant to March of 19.
That sounds right. Yes, ma'am.
2 videos of Ashley and Carly coming home. Is that right?
I think so.
And then the video camera captures you pulling into the driveway and walking into the home.
Yes.
And then you've seen the last video, and you can't see the shooting, but you can actually hear
Oh, they might.
when you walk into the house, the first gunshot.
Yes, the newer cameras had the ability to start recording when they heard a noise, or I think I've even read where some of them are smart enough to hear the sound of, like, if somebody breaks through a window or something like that, they'll start recording for home security
Oh,
reasons.
that would have been awful.
So
Awful.
you've actually listened back and watched that particular video.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you about, tell the ladies and gentlemen, Heath, and I know it's probably difficult, you can take as much time as you need. Tell the ladies and gentlemen exactly what you remember about when you came home on March the 19th, 2021.
Everything seemed pretty normal, and I came on in, and when I opened the door to the kitchen there, gun went off in my face before the door was, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches wide open, and everything kind of went pretty fast from there. It was a blur. So.
I want to take you back just a step. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, saw a bit of a video from inside your house, but just so we're clear, when you say you were coming into the kitchen, I believe you pull into the garage and there's a door that leads from the garage into the home.
Yes.
And then there's a little laundry room area.
Yes.
Now, if she just took a step to the right, and then a step to the right, put your hands on your hips. No, she's miles away from the goddamn microphone. Oh, lady.
And then there's another door kind of beside your refrigerator that leads from the laundry room into the kitchen area.
Yes.
She's got allergies, Zach. Allergies. Welcome.
Were you coming in the first door or the second door when the gun went off?
The second door from the laundry room to the kitchen.
And do you remember, is there anything you do every day when you come in the house?
Usually stop and take my shoes off there and come on in and change clothes.
Do you remember if you took your shoes off on March the 19th?
I think I did. Yeah.
Was it unusual for that second door to be closed in your house?
Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. We would shut that door a lot of times, trying to keep the sound of the washer and dryer down, or trying to keep one of the dogs out of the garbage can that we had in there.
I have to do something similar. Y'all have 2 large dogs, right?
2 golden retrievers.
And so on that day, the second door was what was closed.
Yes.
I believe you said that you didn't get it open probably 3 or 5 inches before it went off. What did you remember seeing, Heath?
Just gun flash in my face, and then went off 2 more times, but my hand was on the gun after the first shot, and I twisted it from her.
Who was pointing that gun at you?
It was Carly.
Who pulled the trigger when you opened the door?
The first one I know was Carly. After that, my hand was on the gun too, and I know I had a scratch on my thumb and all. I very well could have hit it. I know that third time.
Close but no cigar, my darling. I'm the defence rests. Alternate juror is the lovely chat lurker at the moment. She'll be back later. But we are dual streaming on both channels, which is, excuse me, why you can see both of us. But it's simultaneous at the same time on alternate juror site and the defence rests site. Because we're clever like that.
Close, Heath, was that gun to your face?
I love Magenta. She's my favourite.
Maybe a foot.
Did you ever get struck by a bullet?
Yes, one of them kind of grazed right through this muscle up here.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, what did that feel like?
I know this sounds weird, but I honestly have never felt it to this day.
When the gun went off in your face, tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, was your body in a state of shock?
Not at that moment. I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you see anybody inside your home other than Carly?
No.
AJ's getting teeth whitening done. She looks like something out of Chicken Run, so she can't be out on screen at the moment. I'm the defense rests, aka Jody. You can call me pretty much whatever you like, as long as it's not late for dinner.
Walk us through. You said that you were able to at some point get the gun from her. Tell us, what is it that you remember after that?
She was screaming out of her mind, scared. It was like she had
Jazz hands.
seen a demon or something. She was terrified.
If you could call it singing.
My first thought was there was an intruder somewhere, and she thought she was after somebody else.
And to be clear, Carly never told you that she thought somebody else was in the house, right?
No, that's the feeling that I got.
Mommy.
She was terrified out of her mind.
And at that time, you did not yet know that your wife was.
We're both lovely ladies, my darling, and there is nothing to apologise for at all. Even I get confused. A macaroni knows Danish sea shanties. That's what he's telling you.
Dead, right?
No, not at that time.
So Carly's scared.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Screaming when she shoots at you. How many shots went off from that gun?
At that time, there was 3.
What type of gun was it that you took from Carly?
It was my Taurus revolver.
And what type of what caliber of weapon is that?
So the gun is a .357 Magnum, but I think it had the 38 special rounds in it. If the gun's a .357, it can also shoot 38s. A little bit lighter recoil.
And what color was that gun?
It's just the gun matte silver.
Speak up.
Prior to taking it out of Carly's hand, where was the last time you saw that gun?
I actually kept it on her side of the bed. So it had been there for probably a couple of years.
When you say on her side of the bed, was it on a nightstand or was it somewhere else?
I think she kept it. We had little cubbies underneath the edge of the bed. The mattress is sitting up on. I think it was sitting up under there.
Between the mattress and the cubbies,
Well,
underneath the mattress?
I think she just had it in a cubby under there.
Was the gun just loose or was it in some sort of holster the last time you saw it?
I do not recall that. It was a while back. It had been sitting for a long time.
Did you have other guns in the house on that day?
Yes, I had an old shotgun that I've had for years that's unloaded in the closet, and I had an AR that I had gotten. It was also unloaded in the closet.
Were there some other guns maybe in a safe too somewhere?
There was a Glock in the safe.
Oh.
There was a BB gun probably in the house somewhere too. I don't know.
I was telling Porky Pies, Kelly. I could just had this visual of AJ with, that Chicken Run mouth with there's that game you can play where you got to put that thing in your mouth and you can't talk. These things just pop into my head because it's 1:30 in the morning, so just gonna have to put up with it.
Do you know if Carly knew the location of any of those guns?
Porcupines.
She probably knew about the two in the closet, but like I said, they were unloaded. And the last
Oh,
time I
did
had
you?
tried to talk her into shooting, she was too little
Let me go
to
back.
even hold.
Do you know if Carly knew the location of any of those guns?
She probably knew about the two in the closet, but like I said, they were unloaded. And the last time I had tried to talk her into shooting, she was too little to even hold them up. They're heavy, big.
And you had several guns in your house. Did you and Ashley ever go?
Melbourne, Australia. I don't think this guy has changed his monotone the entire time. It's just yes, it's 1:25 a.m. for me right now. Correct. That's why I've got the sillies. I need to have a coffee and some sugar, I think. Yes, it's the one at the top. There's on both of our channels. So AJ's link is on the top of my chat channel, and my link is on the top of hers. All right. Thanks, Gabby.
Shoot guns?
Yes, we did.
That was something y'all enjoyed doing together?
Yes.
When you took the gun out of
G'day.
Carly's hand, what did you do with the gun?
I was holding on to it, and like I said, I at that time thought there might be someone else in the house, like an intruder or something. So I immediately started checking the house and looking for Ashley.
Did you attempt to call Ashley also?
I did.
I want to take just a step back, Keith. You get the gun from Carly because she was screaming. What did she
Spell
do
it insult.
next?
My dad's me dad's from Liverpool. You think you're a mutt. I'm a bit of everything. My mum's Maltese and my dad's English, and I was born here. So yeah, I'm a bit of this, a bit of that.
She fell back into the kitchen island, just kind of straight back onto her butt, and was screaming, jumped up, ran out the back door. And I mean, I'm still pretty quick and agile, but I knew I couldn't catch her. She was moving so fast. She ran out the back and took off, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to catch her, so I turned around, stepped back in, and I locked the back door behind me.
Do you know why you locked the back door?
Because I was thinking there might be someone else
Welcome,
out
Adelaide
and about
lass.
and around, in or out of the house. So I went to checking the house.
Do you remember telling
Thank
anybody
ya.
that you were in such shock that you didn't even try to shoot Carly back or anything like that?
No, it was very evident to me immediately.
Would you believe? Here's a fun fact for you all. I live about 300 meters away from where Neighbours was filmed. Same street. There you go. The actual Channel 10 studios is that away. Oh, he does. Absolutely. Welcome, Lynn. A few extras have joined us. This is Carly Gregg's stepfather testifying at the moment. But yes, he's very adynamic, just very bland and not very Melbourne with a Mississippi accent. Look, I can do any accent, or I can try. You should have heard me through the Karen Reid. We don't speak meters in the US. Oh, okay. I couldn't tell you what it is in yards. It would be a 10-minute, maximum 10-minute walk. Maximum 2-minute car drive. There you go. Does that help?
That something was very, very off with Carly. The way she was screaming, the way she looked, she was moving so fast.
So, Heath, you, you said Carly is at this point, she's out of the house, she's run off. You never actually saw someone, I mean, other than Carly at
Welcome,
the house,
Mads.
right?
No.
Hello.
So you locked the back door, you're going through the house. You have this firearm still in your hand. At any
No
point,
idea.
did you open up the firearm?
I opened the cylinder on it to check to see if how many had been used or was left in it. And closed it back up and started checking the house.
When you opened it back up,
Apparently.
how many live rounds did it appear were left in the gun?
Just one.
And how many rounds does that .357 Magnum revolver hold?
It's a 7-shot.
So you knew that she'd fired. At that point, you knew she'd fired 3 at or in your direction. You did not know what the other 3 had been used for.
Correct.
The last time you saw that gun, were all 7 rounds live?
As far as I know, I guess the last time it had been used was a couple years before, or sometime when Ashley had shot at some, and I assume she had reloaded it.
So Heath, you're walking through the house. You have this gun, afraid that maybe there's somebody else in the house.
Is it still streaming? Is it like still online? That was back when I was a kid. Didn't realize it was still running. And yes, Adelaide Lass, I think that between that and Home and Away are probably the only soapies that maybe, I'm generalizing perhaps, that made it over there. Oh, is it? Oh, Lord. Oh, yes, they do redneck things here. Absolutely. You should see the mullets that get around. It's rednecks everywhere.
I believe that you tried to call Ashley.
Yes.
Did she answer?
No.
Did you find her phone?
Found her phone. It was on a counter in our living room.
Was there a second phone beside it?
Yes.
Did you recognize the other phone?
I didn't really stop to look.
Welcome, TLA.
So you realize that Ashley's phone is there. Walk us through what happened next.
Checked our bedroom, bathroom, closet, other side of the bed, under the desk in there, and turned and started looking, going towards the other end of the house, and I glanced in our spare little 3rd bedroom, and then turned and went into Carly's room, and that's where I found Ashley.
When you found Ashley, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen what you saw?
I'll never
She
tell.
was laying on her back and had her hands kind of across her, and a towel over her face.
Do you remember what color the towel was?
I do not.
When you saw her laying there, what's the very next thing that you did?
Checked her pulse, see, and kind of move the towel and.
Oh, that image has got to haunt you, doesn't it?
And Heath, when you moved the towel,
Oh.
what did you see?
I knew she had been shot. There was blood around, but I don't really recall exactly where. Somewhere in the right side of her face there.
You said you called 911.
Yes.
What did you tell the 911 operator had happened?
I tried to immediately tell him I needed police out that my wife had been killed and I had been shot.
Do you remember telling them who had shot you?
I assume I said Carly on there, but I don't remember exact details.
Do you recall telling the 911 operator that, oh my God, she's killed her mother too?
I don't recall saying that, but it's very possible, I guess.
At that point, Heath, did you think that Carly was the one that had killed her mother?
I didn't know what was going on at that point. I kind of went into shock there.
At some point, and again, ladies and gentlemen, Heath have seen some of the body cam footage from that day, but at some point, someone from the sheriff's department does come to your house.
Yes.
Walk us through what you remember happening once he gets there.
I don't know much there other than I got out the front door and just laid down on the front porch.
And it's pretty safe to say that you were still in a state of shock.
Yes.
At some point, were you loaded up by the paramedics?
Yes.
And where did they take you?
Took me to Baptist Hospital ER.
And what was the reason for taking you to Baptist Hospital?
They wanted to get me checked out and make sure everything was okay. They knew it wasn't real bad or anything, so they just trying to be cautious.
But you had in fact suffered a gunshot wound.
Yes, they got me down to the ER and they put a piece of gauze, taped some gauze on it, and sent me back home.
And it went through your kind of right, like trap muscle area. How far? I mean, not to pick on you, you don't look like a very large man. He's pretty average size. I mean, would you agree with me that where your trap muscle is and your
You just want me to say, who's your daddy?
your head are about 6 inches apart?
No, I guess, yes.
So that shot was pretty close to your head.
It's close, yes.
You were, the gunshot actually, thank goodness, went kind of through and through, right?
Yes.
So you didn't require any surgery to remove the projectiles.
No.
In fact, Heath, I think you were actually, excuse me, I think you were actually released to go home that evening.
Yes, like I said, they taped a piece of gauze on me, and I don't remember them doing a whole lot else.
And the night was probably pretty hectic as far as telling people what happened and what was going on. At any point, did you ever tell anyone that it was someone other than Carly Gregg that had shot you or Ashley?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
And to this day, you've not told anyone that you think that the person that shot you or shot Ashley was somebody other than Carly, have you?
No.
We talked a little bit about law enforcement being at the house that night. At some point, they kind of released the scene back over to you, right?
Yes, I think when I turned back from the ER, they had finished up, cleared out, and there was a guy had me sign a paper and went on back in.
Kind of saying the things that they'd taken from the home that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Heath, I mean, you go back home and they've taken some things out, but of course there's still, I mean, clear evidence that a murder had happened there, right?
Yes.
At some point, do you notify law enforcement about the garage camera?
Yes, I think it was Friday morning. I was looking through that SD card to see if it had caught anything. And of course the cops were looking all around everywhere in the garage for various things and had apparently not seen the camera. And they found the 4 videos.
Morning, Fedorovsky.
And I called and told them I had found something else and needed to come pick it up or whatever. And they had still, at that time, not returned my driver's license to me. So they decided to bring that out.
And at some point, they did actually get those videos from you.
Yes.
And
Yes, she's flitting between here and Discord, I think.
to be clear, there was some confusion about an Apple computer and copying
Yes,
versus cutting.
I had
Sorry.
moved those 4 videos over to my computer. I was just going to let them have the card with everything on it. And when I moved them over, it pulled them off the card onto the computer rather than like a copy and paste and making a copy onto mine. So the officers came back in and were talking to me about tampering with evidence and possible charges of messing with evidence, even though I called them out there to come get the card.
And to be clear, I don't think they ever told you they were going to charge you with tampering. They just explained that they didn't want it to look like somebody might have done that, correct?
No, he said we're trying to avoid having to charge you with tampering with evidence.
Okay. At that point, you're still pretty much in a state of shock, right?
Yes, there was 4 or 5 of them in my bedroom.
And in fact, if that was said to you, that would certainly not be indicative of what you would want to, how you would want to be treated, right?
I didn't know. I was just trying to be helpful at that point and figure out what had happened or why.
And I believe even on that day and after that, you did still continue to assist law enforcement in investigation, right?
Yes.
At some point, you decided that you no longer wanted to communicate with the state or law enforcement, right?
Yes. After a few things that had happened, I went and got a lawyer.
Let's see. You talked about you told us about the garage camera and the incident. And to be clear, this was just an honest mistake. And I think that was relayed even by the officer and you, that this was, instead of copying and pasting something, you accidentally cut and pasted something.
Yeah, I mean, that's a new laptop that was sitting there. I was got it rather than a Windows computer this time to try out. And when I realized that mistake, I said, you can take the whole computer, just whatever, and I had it sitting there open. So he just moved it over, got on the computer and moved it over himself, one of them.
At that time, no one had been able to find the camera from the kitchen. Is that right?
Correct.
Where all, if you would tell ladies and gentlemen, I mean, we knew the camera was missing. Where all did you look for that camera?
Everywhere I could possibly think of. I looked high and low through the whole house. I mean, I wasn't looking just for the physical camera. I mean, it's a little shorter than that water bottle probably. But I was looking through small stuff even for the SD cards, like they're the size of your thumb, postage stamp size maybe. And I was looking in shoes and boots and clothes drawers and pockets of clothes. I looked through every tiny little shred of garbage before I let any garbage go out of the house. I don't know, I guess it was that Friday garbage comes through. Everywhere I could look for, and I continued to look for it for a long time.
And law enforcement had been at your house and also had searched kind of high and low in the home looking for that too, right?
After I got them to actually,
Unmute Jody. Gabby, have you got the Discord link? You could pop in and everyone can head over there for chats whenever they like.
look for it the second time around. They didn't seem to be too interested in finding it at first.
Are you aware that they
Yep,
also
we
went
will.
and searched outside, looking everywhere between your home and where Carly was found?
I know they looked in the
Oop,
backyard, and one of them was kind of looking over the fence just to see if anything had been thrown anywhere.
Yeah.
At some point, was that camera found?
Yes, I later found it. As a lot of y'all know, when something happens, everybody always brings tons of food
Thanks,
over.
sweetheart.
And
I think they were searching for. He was initially a suspect because normally law enforcement goes straight for the partner, don't they? So I think, yeah, the camera from the kitchen was missing when he got home. I think. Oops. Now there you go.
the refrigerator had gotten just packed full of stuff, and we were slowly trying to clean that stuff out and get rid of it over time. And I found the camera back. It was actually back behind some water bottles, about like that, in the back of the fridge.
Was that the same day, Heath, that law enforcement had been looking for the camera at the house?
Yes, that's the third time they came out to search the house and the yard and all around. They searched and searched and didn't find anything.
Who was there when you, who found the camera?
I did.
Who was there when you found it, Heath?
My mom was there, and law enforcement had just left a few minutes before.
And based off your prior conversation with them, you wanted to make sure that they were in fact the ones that came and got it, that you didn't mess with it, right?
Correct.
And so what did you do to let
Welcome.
them know that you'd found the camera?
I called back the number that I had for Mr. Zach Cotton, and I don't know, I guess that goes to a front desk, and they had to patch me through somehow, or he called me back or something. I don't remember.
And what's your understanding of who Zach Cotton is?
He had given me his card to contact him. I'm just assuming he was like the main investigator.
And I want to take you back a step, and we'll come back to the camera, Heath. I mean, you had actually come in to the sheriff's department and given an interview with Investigator Cotton, right?
Yes.
And that was before this had happened.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And that's when you told him that Carly was in therapy for stress and anxiety.
Yes.
How long, do you know how long that camera had been in the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Did you put that camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Based off what you know, how do you think that camera got put in the refrigerator?
I'm assuming that.
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
Oh, we have an objection. Wow.
I'll rephrase the question.
So they were listening.
When's the last time you saw that camera plugged in at your house?
I guess previous day. It might not have noticed if it had been gone then, but I'm assuming it was there the previous day.
And when you got home on March the 19th, 2024, was that camera still attached in the kitchen?
No.
And who was the only person besides your deceased wife that had been in your home that afternoon?
Well,
that you knew of?
At that time, Carly, but we since found out there was another person in there.
And do you, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that that person moved anything in your house, right?
I don't know if anybody knows.
Sure.
I don't know.
Had she been over to your house before, the other girl?
Carly had a couple friends over a time or two, and I do believe she had been there once before, yes.
Did she have any like direct interaction with you when she was there?
No, I was laying on the couch when a bunch of them came through and said hey, and they were in Carly's room or messing around in the backyard some of the time.
When you left for work
Oh, no.
March 19th, 2024, did you ever see that morning or the night before, had you seen any empty vape pen boxes?
No.
If they had been sitting, if they were found at the desk in your bedroom, would you have seen those before you left for work?
I would believe so.
Jess, I think there is so many contradictions in this entire trial before we even started that it's nothing's making a great deal of sense.
Do you know anything about Carly using drugs, Heath?
I had no idea of it until the events of until the second police search.
And what are you referencing when you talk about the second search?
When they came back, I guess it was Friday, so after the murder had taken place.
Have you got issues with the stream? Is it not clear?
And they came out with a couple of things out of Carly's room that we had no clue of. So I don't know anything about them. It was new to me.
When when
Wow.
you told law enforcement that you'd found
That was weird.
the camera in the refrigerator, at that point, did you give them consent to kind of see what was on that camera?
Yes. He had me sign something as he was taking it, so I assume that was
There is something
consent.
definitely wrong with the feeds today. Look at
So I
that.
want to take you back to the interview that you gave with Investigator Cotton, and you probably don't remember the contents of all that, right? It was,
Not at this time. I think we were in there for a while and covered a lot.
do you remember talking to him about what might have been stressing Carly out at the time?
And Baker doesn't have another stream up either, so he's either thrown his computer or he's given up. Poor bugger.
I don't remember that conversation, no.
Do you remember him asking you, kind of midway toward the end of the conversation about if there was anything else that you knew about Carly or about what was going on that might be helpful to their investigation?
I don't remember at this point what was said there. I know y'all probably got a record of it, but I don't recall.
And that's okay. When traumatic things happen, our bodies respond in certainly different ways. And I don't think anyone in this room wants to experience what you've experienced. And so I don't expect you to remember everything. You had a lot of questions on that day, right, about what happened?
Yeah.
Heath, at some point, there was a no contact order put in place between you and Carly.
Yes.
Did you ask the court to lift that?
Yes.
And since that time, you've had contact with her?
Yes.
At any time during your communication with Carly, has she told you that she was not the person that killed her mother?
No. We have not had any kind of conversation, anything like that. Nothing to do with the case or the trial.
Do you see Carly in the courtroom, Heath?
Yes.
If you could you point her out?
Right there.
And could you tell me where at that table that you pointed at that she's sitting?
She's in between Mr. Camp and Miss Todd in black.
And is that the same person that shot you with that .357 Magnum on March the 19th, 2024?
Yes.
May the record reflect defendants identified that the witness has identified the defendant. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you, Heath.
I've got this streaming at 1080 in high def, and the picture is just crapola, crappity crap, poop, shizzle.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 10:30. It's about time for our. We'll take a mid-morning break and a mid-afternoon break.
Like a mid-morning
if y'all
break.
would, going ahead, I'm gonna have you step to the jury room, use the restroom, get any coffee, get any water that you need. Okay. When we get back, we'll go till lunchtime.
Oh,
Right?
we
And
are a
we'll
little
remain
bit
seated while the
behind,
jury
so
exits.
guess what? We can skip this bit because there we go. Look, welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. As Carly sits in. There we go. Got your tissues?
Are you doing cross or is Mr. Camp?
Oh God, the audio is even worse. All right, we are at cross-examination of the stepfather.
He'll just slide in. He'll just slide in the council table.
It does. It's terrible. Yeah, and there's so many streaming. Yes, Mr. Cutter, welcome back, Mr. Cutter. I'm glad someone got my joke.
Cross-examination by the defense.
Thank you, Your
Showing
Honor.
my age there, Paddletown.
Mr. Smiley, we heard a lot of testimony on your direct with
John
the
Travolta.
prosecutor regarding the garage videos and what was on the garage videos, and you transferring the garage videos to a flash drive for the
Speak
police.
up.
Did you have an opportunity before you were transferring them over to view those garage videos?
Yes, the 4 from that afternoon I had seen, yes.
And we talked a lot about them on direct, but we're going to go ahead and play those for the jury so that everybody.
Let's press real quick.
If we can hear it. You think these big, the two biggest feeds that you can get would at least have their shit together to get enough audio to stream, really. RA could do a better job than this. The last trial we watched was, the audio was shocking too.
S9 and admitted for all purposes.
What are they putting into evidence? They all nicked off to Discord, I think. I don't know.
This
Yeah.
is what we'll do. We'll mark the sleeve, and then Mr. Livingston, as soon as they're finished, we'll get the DVD up. It's in there. Okay. You may proceed. Does the defense wish to publish this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe I shouldn't put Discord links while we're live streaming. I'll put them in at the end. Oh. Oh, okay. Ooh. This is going to be very interesting. Ooh. I think this is the one. Isn't this the one that actually shows her going in to her mother's bedroom and you hear the shots being fired? I think this is the one. And if you're over on Discord, you need to get back here so you can watch this. you could mobile call in or video call AJ. She's in Indiana, so it wouldn't be an international call if you wanted to, or FaceTime. And if you're worried about putting your face on the screen, just make an avatar, sweetheart, and use that. You don't have to put your face on if you didn't want to. But it's totally up to you, your choice. It looks like a QR code. So this is Carly and Ashley arriving home on the 19th. Hey, Mads. Good morning to you. Yes. Keep seeing it. Hello, Boomer. Welcome. Yeah, we can narrate. It's still the same case, but this is, I really don't know what. What the? I'm going to have to rewind that again, sorry. So, yes, we saw, hang on, I'll go back. We saw Carly and her mum arrive home in this car here in the garage. And then we saw the father arrive in the blue utility. But let me go back because that audio was terrifying. I want to see how they get out of the car again. Because I'm watching the chat and not watching. All right. Take two. No, I think it was Carly. I'm not sure. I'm sure that we'll get testimony after the video. All right, so that's. Oh, I can't see them leave because the front doors are obscured. That's it. 3:55 in the afternoon. Oh. Yeah, she looks like a typical teenager with attitude. I think that's the stepfather. I think even though he'd taken one in the shoulder, the shock just, he didn't realise it and just chased after her because he wrestled the weapon out of her hand. I know that much. Oh, did I miss it? Ah. Let me go back. All right, we're listening for 3 shots. There is nothing else outside of the border, Dylan. I swear.
Mr. Smiley, is that a true and accurate representation of what you recall once you got home that afternoon?
Yes.
Who was that screaming that we heard on the video?
That was Carly screaming, and you heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just the screaming, her eyes were just huge. She was
Yeah.
like she was.
I didn't hear any shots, but they would definitely have been fired way before he arrived home because remember she had to text him from Ashley's phone to get him to come home, and then there was a time lapsed between him getting home. So the shots would have been fired way before that, but between obviously when they got home and when he arrived. No, there wasn't any. But if you, the audio is really quiet, really, really quiet. Yes, I heard screaming, but then not all pew-pews are very noisy either. I don't even know what. You could tell me the brand of the model and I still wouldn't be able to tell you. Okay. Hey, Just Jen, welcome. The girls jumped the fence and ran in separate directions. Do you think that second one was a girl? I'm so confused. I don't know. I didn't think he was or she was. No, they're just claiming mental health and possible medication alterations and the inclusion of Mary Jane may have skewed things. I know. If she ran away, then she must have known. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, she wasn't running that fast. I don't know. I probably wouldn't surprise me if, because this only happened in March of this year, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's medicated to cope with the shock and the grief, to be honest, and the stress of having to testify. Can you imagine having to relive this? That image would never, ever leave you. Never. What? Yeah, it's... No, they got home at 3:55 on the timestamp on the screen. And it wasn't much longer after they got home, I think, but there must be a missing video between that one and when the dad gets home. There has to be. Yes, this is the stepdad too. Yep. And this is now cross-examination. You can hear before the truck pulls up. But then if they are the shots before the truck pulls up, she wouldn't have had time to have laid a towel and crossed her mother's arms. Where was which video, Gabby? Did you hear the bang, bang, bang? I agree, Nidwell, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I heard one bang at the very end of the first video, but I thought that might have been a door slam. Do you want me to go back and watch it again? Apparently there is a video footage of her walking towards the mother's bedroom. There is another internal camera from in the kitchen that showed her walking to the mother's bedroom, and then you hear 3 bangs, and then you see her walking out again, concealing something. So maybe there's another video coming. I don't know. But if you want me to, let me know if you want to. Yes, it was 13:55 on the video. No. Yeah, no, 13:55 is 1:55. I'm confused. There is. That's right. All right, I'll go back. Let's be little detectives and work this out. All right. Do you want me to put it in slower motion? like slower speed so that we can actually, I'll drop it down to 0.75 and we'll go back. All right, so we know nothing's happened yet because Carly's just getting out of the car. So this is at 15:55. So it's 3:55 in the afternoon. All right, on the 19th of March. .55, 5 minutes to 4. Right. So when she goes out of view, we listen. Yeah. Go to the other side of the car. That's the door of the car slamming. And now it's 5:03. So an hour later. 4:55. No, 8 minutes later. No. Okay. It was say 4:00. So that's 1600 hours. So he's an hour and 8 minutes from the time they arrived home to when he arrives. I think I've just worked out another way to boost that. Yeah, so that's not he's he's in all dark coloured clothing. Yeah, that's a dark dude. All right. All right. So when the father goes into the house, it's Carly that screams because the father yells out, "What the fuck, Carly?" And she screams again, and then they take off around the back and jump over the fence. But that's definitely not the father chasing her. It was a darker skinned younger person with dark curly hair and completely different clothes on. So and I did not hear any pew-pews. Now, let me know if this sound is any better, because I found another booster, and I think it might have worked. There has to be one missing. Yes, yes, correct. Yeah. But there is an additional one in the kitchen. No, I didn't hear any either. That's true. Yes. Yeah. They may still play it. I don't know. Good morning, Watcher of Trials. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Chaos Gremlin. I love it. All right. Let's keep going.
Mr.
1080p.
Smiley, is that a
My
true
Aunt
and
Fanny.
accurate representation of what you recall once you got home that afternoon?
Yes.
Who was that screaming that we heard on the
What's
video?
that? Sounds way better.
It's Carly screaming.
Genius.
You heard me holler, "What's the matter?"
And what about seeing Carly made you ask her what was wrong?
I could immediately tell that something was bad wrong with Carly. Just the screaming, her eyes were just huge. Looked like she was terrified.
Have you ever heard Carly scream like that before?
No.
Have you ever seen Carly look as terrified as she did on March 19th before?
No.
Would Carly have any reason to run from you?
No.
Mr. Smiley, can you describe the full floor plan at your house?
What is that?
I guess it's what you call a split. It's got kind of on the north end, some master bedroom, bath, and closet.
The garage door would have set the first one off, and the garage door was left open, so then the stepfather returning home would have triggered it.
Living room and kitchen kind of in the middle, and then on the other
I'm just trying to
end, there's
understand.
2 smaller bedrooms that share a bathroom in between the 2.
And where was Carly's bedroom?
Yeah.
It was on the southeast end of the house.
And
corner.
you mentioned that there was where Carly's bedroom was, there was also a bathroom and another room.
Yes.
What did you use that other bedroom for?
A lot of just journal storage stuff, and had some weights, and there's a little treadmill in there.
Kind of what we call like a junk room.
Yeah, a lot of junk in the closet on a shelf and laying around.
And is there a hallway that separates the kitchen and the living room from that side of the house?
Yes.
And where was the indoor camera located?
It was in the corner of the kitchen / dining room open area.
And is the kitchen, living room area of your house, is that open?
Yes.
And let me ask you this. How
Must
would
be on
you
a timer.
describe your and Ashley's marriage?
Mm-hmm.
We got along great.
Ooh, do share, do share. Come on, spill it. Spill it, little owl. Awesome. Awesome. Cool. I tweaked something else, and yes, no, Flash is doing his homework. He's in creator mode.
I don't guess we ever really had anything we just disagreed on or anything.
And we're still in your honeymoon phase?
Yeah.
And just for the record, you can't nod. You have to answer yes or no for the court reporter.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her biological dad, Kevin Gregg, doing drugs?
Yeah, I think if you ask any teenager to do something that they don't want to do, then brace yourself. But hmm. Hey, Mama Smith. The video was running for a few seconds. I'm not sure then, Don. I don't know. Me no know the IT behind the PI. No help. Yes, she did.
Everyone that I can think
Definitely
of, it
came
sounds
home
like
in
he has either
a
tried
funk.
or does regularly.
And what did Carly tell you about her biological dad doing drugs in her presence?
He was constantly doing drugs in front of her,
Mhm.
blowing smoke in her face.
Oh,
Turns out that he
charming.
sat her down and made her drink a entire beer when she was 12.
And what, if anything, had Carly told you about her dad offering her drugs during her visitation periods?
Not sure on that, but I think she said they were
Mm-hmm.
laying around all over the place
Eye
throughout
contact.
his house. And I think he had tried to get her to do some various things at one point or another.
That's all right, Mama Smith.
Would you say that Carly was scared of her dad?
Yes. She did not like having to go up there, and she was not herself for a day or two after coming back.
And would you say that Carly's mom was scared of her dad?
Yes. Anytime they spoke of him, it was like a deer in the headlights. They would freeze up and be shaking sometimes if they were talking about him.
Yep.
How would you
Apparently.
describe
Blame anyone
Carly's
else.
relationship with her mom
Not that
during the
that
time that you
didn't
came into
help.
her life in spring of 2019 to March 19th of 2024?
They got along great, loved doing things together. They liked a lot of the same movies, and they'd go shopping together, and they stayed together quite a bit.
I think it was
Pretty tight
the pew
bond.
pew was
And is it fair to say that Ashley was protective of Carly because she'd lost a child already?
Yes, she wanted the best for Carly, watched over her all the time. Yes.
And is it fair to say because Ashley was protective of Carly that she was a little on the stricter side with things like social media?
That's why we need to educate our children, people. Knowledge is power. Educate them about the dangers and be real, be honest, because this shit happens.
She was. Yeah, she
Maybe.
read all the bad things that
Maybe.
happened in the news on all that, and she didn't care for any of it. And I think TikTok's probably one of the
Don't know.
ones that
Not
she
been
didn't care for.
And
not been
TikTok was
testified
what
to.
Carly had put on the iPod, the old iPod.
Correct.
Yes, just
Yes.
watching the usual stupid videos.
Yeah. And we've heard the phrase burner phone a few times, but when we're hearing burner phone, are we talking about the old iPod?
Yes.
Okay. So the burner phone is the old iPod she had that she somehow downloaded social media apps to.
Yes.
Okay. And Carly was in 10th grade at the time that you guys found the iPod
Yes.
with the social media apps.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you say that most 10th
Enablers,
graders
maybe?
want to be on social media?
Seem to be.
Calls for speculation.
Were there any other social media apps Carly had on the iPad?
I can't remember at this time. Ashley had taken care of all that. She was way more tech savvy with that stuff than I am.
Had you and Ashley already found the old iPod?
Yes, we had, she had found it and figured out what was going on. Yeah.
And when did you guys discover
Mm.
the old iPad that's called the
Yes and no, Becca. If you know your kids well enough, I think you can see the signs. But my I think being a nurse and being aware of all the bad stuff in life and having seen it, making my two, especially having two daughters, there was nothing that I was not prepared to do. I would discuss absolutely anything and everything with them. There was nothing that was off the table. They could ask me and approach me any time of the day or night. And I would give them an open and honest answer. And pretty much, I think that's all you can do is give them the tools to make the right decisions, and educating them is what I chose as my tool, and being approachable, but also having the boundaries of parenting, not best friends. Like, we're best friends now, they're adults, but then, no, they knew. And they knew from just one look over the glasses at them, like the mummy look. And even to this day, they'll run screaming, you ask them.
People can call me burner phone.
I'm just going to say sometime last fall. I don't know the exact time frame.
So not in March.
No.
And we talked about an incident with Carly looking on her teacher's computer at school. Did Carly need to cheat to get good grades?
No,
Absolutely.
She loved school, but she was almost bored with school a lot of days. It was, even though she was in the advanced classes, she's a light year ahead of everything they're teaching.
No, the testimony from the juvenile witness was that he thought she was high at school at the lunchtime. He didn't say anything about alcohol.
Anything new she picks up and
Yes.
wants to be a step ahead of the
And
teacher.
best friends now.
And hadn't Carly told
And they
you
still tell me everything,
about
probably
that
too much.
incident that the kids in her class had dared her to?
Yes, they had. Yeah, they had. She told us about it.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Carly?
All good. We've gotten along from the beginning. Hadn't really had any problems between us.
Same, Gabby.
And do you have any other children?
No.
But the generational gap continues no matter what generation you're at. The generation between my mother and myself was, you would not believe. And the difference between my mother and her mother, holy crap, like doing the rosary at the end of the bed every night type of thing. So every generation has its changes, but they're still relative to the era and the time, I suppose.
And would you say that you love Carly the same as you would a biological child?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, had Ashley told you about her ex-husband's mental health issues?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Yeah.
What, if anything, had Carly told you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Have you ever had any interactions with Mr. Gregg?
Hello, darling.
No,
my baby boy.
other than I would see him in the car picking up or dropping Carly off. And a lot of times he would drop her off and leave, wouldn't even check to see if she was getting in the house.
And you said that the handgun that was used in this incident on March 19th was kept under Ashley's side of the bed?
Yes.
Was
Absolutely.
it kept in a lockbox or anything like that?
No, she just had it under, she had little cubbies and all we had built out for kind of storage. She had set it under there.
And why was she sleeping with a loaded handgun under her side of the bed?
She was terrified that the ex was going to show up one day, and
Oh,
she wanted.
so it was Ashley who had the pew pew under her pillow because she was scared that her ex was gonna come around.
That there.
Now,
Wow.
in the time that you've known Carly, the 3.5 years from spring of
Oh,
2019
lady,
to March 19th of
lady,
2024,
you had some way too much work done there, lady. I just noticed that in 1080p. Holy.
had you ever seen Carly be violent?
No.
Had there ever been any incidents in which Carly was in
No,
trouble
she
for
just
being
had
violent?
the pew pew there.
No, not that I know of.
The mother
Have you
had the
ever
pew
seen
pew there.
Carly enraged?
The mother was scared that her ex was going to come over. So the mother, who was the victim, had it under her pillow. And that's how Carly got access to it, because she had one there. Yeah. This is the father. The bad influence, so to speak.
No.
Had you ever seen Carly get mad?
No, she'd get frustrated with something every now and then if she couldn't make something work like she wanted to, or something in a video game. And she would work at it over and over and over till she figured it out and got it.
Okay. Had Carly been having any trouble at school?
No,
Had she been having any trouble with friends?
not that I know of.
And you mentioned that Carly had had a boyfriend at school, and at first Ashley didn't like it, but then she was okay.
Yes.
Why did Ashley first have a problem with Carly having this boyfriend at school?
Just in general, she had told her she didn't want her dating until she was 16 or so, at
Oh,
least.
good luck with that.
Just trying to watch over her.
And do you recall a statement that you made to law enforcement back on March 19th about y'all been having problems with Carly?
Again, I don't remember exactly what all I told them at this point.
Okay. What, if any, issues had you and Ashley been having with Carly?
Just not really any problems with her, other than I think she was kind of at times depressed, or she's a teenage girl, maybe emotional, but she ended up, we got her to a clinic up close to her, I guess it's in Madison there, to let her talk with a therapist.
Okay. And what had led you and Ashley to decide to put Carly in counseling?
She just didn't seem like she was her normal happy peppy self. She was just kind of depressed and sitting around more, and she
So did you talk to her?
she said she thought talking to somebody might help her.
Had you noticed anything else that was going on with Carly that concerned you at that time?
Not that I recall. She was kind of having problems with time management kind of stuff, and maybe remembering a couple things, which is a little unusual for her with schoolwork stuff.
Can you tell me about the issues she was having with remembering things?
Just
No, I don't believe they knew about the illicit substances until the mother got the email from one of her friends telling her. I don't even think they were aware of the burner phone. And even her friend didn't know where she was obtaining the substances from. Well, surely you must have known. Surely, as a parent. Really? You must have known that. And I'm sorry, but this excuse of, just teenage girl stuff, I'm sorry. just teenage girl stuff does not involve this extent. You can't gloss over it and just go, I'll ignore it, it'll go away. I think they're just, well, I don't know now, Gabby. He's just stating that she's had counselling and it was just teenage girl stuff, you know? I don't know. I don't know. And I don't think it was the boyfriend. I think there was one of the juveniles that testified was a friend that they didn't approve of, I think, and that's why they wouldn't let him in that day. Yeah, you never, ever, ever know everything. Never. Hello,
Can you
True Crime
describe
247. Welcome.
the depth of your injury that you sustained on March 19th?
It's just
Oh, look
a
at the cat.
spot went through
Hi,
my edge
George.
of the upper trap muscle right there, and kind of zipped right through. And like I said, oddly enough, I know it sounds weird, but I've never really felt.
We are still on direct examination of the stepfather. It's been going for quite some time. Good couple of hours, I think. But yeah, we're still on direct.
Had any trouble with it?
Did you require stitches?
No.
I think we heard an officer on one of the other cameras call it grazed. Is that a fair description?
I guess yes.
And Mr. Malley, do you have any idea why Carly would want to shoot you?
No.
And we all heard Carly screaming when you walked into the garage, from the garage into the kitchen on March 19th. How did Carly appear to you when you walked in?
Mate, we're still on state.
Like I said, my initial thoughts were she was terrified, scared out of her mind. I still to this day don't think she ever even recognized me. Something was wrong there. I don't know what, but something was off.
And when you walked into the house, did Carly say anything to you?
No, just was screaming.
Did she say anything in response to your question? What's wrong?
No.
Is that like the Carly
Sorry,
that you've
Nanya,
known for the
I'm just-
past 3 years?
No, not at all.
Did Carly ever have any interest in guns?
I think you're right. We are on cross.
Ashley
Sorry.
had wanted her to go shooting
My
with
apologies.
us a time or two, and I had tried to, get her to shoot a couple different times.
Yeah.
And I think
My
Ashley,
apologies. I do believe we're in cross now. Yep.
might have taken pictures the time or two that she went.
You're right.
But that was it, and she never was interested in going when myself and Ashley went.
Sorry.
And
my bad.
in all the time that you've known Carly, would you describe her as callous?
No.
Would you describe her as calculating?
No, except with math.
Would you describe her as diabolical?
No.
Diabolical.
How would you describe Carly?
She's just a sweet little girl ever since I've known her.
Oh, she's a sweet little girl.
Even when we take her to the playground, instead of running around playing, a lot of times she would be pushing other kids on the swing and the little, I don't know what they're called, little roundabout things that kids get on and go in a
Maybe
circle.
she was
She'd
trying to
be the
push
one
them
that
off.
Be pushing groups of kids rather than her playing. She'd go find the younger ones to try to help take care of them, and she's just sweet.
And are you aware of any medication Carly had been placed on?
And I can't remember the names of which one was which. She had been placed on one by the therapist that they had started her on something.
And do you recall what that medication was for?
whatever they thought it was.
As a parent, you know what your child has been diagnosed with, and you know exactly what they're taking. She's 14 years old. This blasé attitude is getting under my skin because this is what this indifference is where kids run off the rails.
Whether it was, I don't know, just generalized stress or depression, or I don't know what they were thinking it was.
And do you recall how many medications that she'd been
I
on?
know she was on one, and then approximately the week before the 19th, they swapped her to another one.
She's not.
With the first
Oh,
medication
yes.
that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or demeanor?
No.
And with the second medication that Carly was on, did you notice any changes in her personality or
Justin.
demeanor?
No. She had only had a chance to be on it for a handful of days. I don't know exactly how many days, but she was just getting started on it.
And do you and Carly still have a relationship?
Yes, I think we're good.
Way too much work
And
done, lady.
how frequently do you and Carly talk?
Just about every day now. I don't always get off of work in time to catch her on a phone call, but we text some back and forth over the app.
He needs to get on to Becca Lynn. She's good at sorting that sort of stuff out. She's the phone call expert.
It's allowed, and we talk over the video chat thing that's allowed through the jail and on weekends. So we're good.
Prior to March 19th, had you ever been afraid of Carly?
No.
Are you afraid of Carly today?
No.
Prior to March 19th, had Ashley ever been afraid of Carly? Based on your observations and personal knowledge, had Ashley ever appeared to be afraid of Carly?
Just the
Your Honor, we can say
guru.
what he observed.
That's all I'm saying. He looks like he's about to go to sleep. He was saying he never got back in time. We didn't always get back in time from work to be able to get her on the phone. And I'm just saying that you can pull rabbits out of hats.
All right, the objection is
Phone calls in the middle of the night.
You can answer the question based on your observation and personal knowledge. Did
Yep.
Ashley appear to be afraid of Carly?
No, not at all.
And you testified on direct that you had retained your own attorney after the investigation of this matter got started. And you said that that was because you had been concerned or felt worried that you were going to be charged with a crime?
Yes, the cops had insinuated the tampering with evidence. They held my license for several days, wouldn't bring it back. I kind of think it now that they were maybe trying to keep me around.
That's sustained. You can testify to what you observe, but you can't testify to what you think other people would do. Okay.
And then I went and got a lawyer from there.
And why would you have tried to hide evidence that you were telling law enforcement about?
I have no idea. I was trying to find anything I could that might help out and figure out what or why.
Was law enforcement aware that there was a garage camera on March 19th?
I don't believe so. They were all around out there apparently looking at stuff. I don't know, 5 or 6 of them, and they never saw the camera or never bothered to mess with it, more than likely.
Had any members of law enforcement asked you about any cameras?
No, not that I recall.
And you spoke on direct examination about them turning the house back over to you. About how long did law enforcement have your house under investigation on March 19th?
I had been down to the ER and back a couple hours, 2.5 hours roughly, maybe, because it had gotten dark by the time I got back there.
And how many times after March 19th did law enforcement issue search warrants to come back out?
2 more times.
Okay. And during those 2 other times, now making 3 times that law enforcement investigated your house, did anyone find the camera in the fridge?
No, they did not.
And they didn't ask about any cameras in the garage?
No.
No. So you were very forthcoming with this evidence?
Yes.
And you also had your attorney file a motion to rescind the no contact order between you and Carly, correct?
Yes.
Had you asked that that be done beforehand?
Yes, I had tried to get my first attorney to get some of that in motion, and I don't know what happened there. It kind of fell through.
And has anyone else made you feel intimidated during the course of this investigation?
I was told by the DA's office that I couldn't contact anyone else.
Blase,
like
Drizia.
y'all that were working
Yeah.
with her about anything, couldn't speak with anyone else. And then
you were told.
Yeah. Oh Lord. 3 sidebars. It's more than the whole trial. Mm. All right, cool. Whilst we're on a sidebar, Broken Baker has managed to get back up and running again. He's covering P. Diddy at the moment, but because it's 3 a.m. here, I'm going to go until they break for lunch, and then the stream will be redirected to Baker's channel because he's going to cover the afternoon session of this trial. So if you're on AJ's, on alternate jurors site, her channel, you'll automatically be redirected to Broken Baker. If you're on my channel, you will need to click on this link to get there. Okay?
So it's understandable that you would be a little guarded
yes,
and that this has been a long, ongoing.
P. Diddy. It's another rapper, I think, or but he's going to cover the afternoon case of this trial.
Investigation, and it's hard to talk about this stuff emotionally.
yes, at times worse than others.
And that you have been interviewed about this previously.
Yes.
So
he's
you're
doing a
having to go
twofer.
back over the same stuff repeatedly.
Yes.
And it's hard to testify. It's nerve-wracking.
It is.
And this is being televised and broadcast, and there's been a lot of scrutiny, so it's understandable that you would be guarded and nervous while testifying.
Correct.
Thank you for court's indulgence. What is interviewing?
Redirect examination.
Keith, how many phones did you know of that Carly had?
I just knew of the one that we had gotten for her.
And so if law enforcement had 2 phones they recovered belonging to Carly from the scene, that would in fact be more phones than you knew about, right?
Yes.
Do you think that if someone shoots at me unprovoked, that that's a violent offense?
I guess so. It really depends on the circumstances.
Again, unprovoked. I'm walking into this courtroom, and out of nowhere, this gentleman closest to the door, as soon as I open it, pulls out a gun and fires it at me. Is that a violent offense?
It could be. Depends on the circumstances.
You said that Carly, you never saw her get mad or yell?
I have never seen Carly just angry or anything.
Never.
No, ma'am. She's always been just a happy little girl.
Was she a happy little girl when we just heard the video when she was firing a gun at you?
Like I said, I've never seen anybody like that, even in movies. She was not herself, and like I said, I do not believe she even recognized me. She was terrified.
And Heath, I believe on direct, when I asked you about medications, you actually didn't handle Carly's prescriptions or medications, right?
No, Ashley was making sure she was taking them.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Smiley. You said that law enforcement came over a couple times and they didn't find these cameras. Did Miss Todd and Mr. Camp come over to your house at some point?
You're welcome.
Yes, they did.
And when was that?
I think it was after the second police search.
And at any point, did they also conduct a search of your house?
They came through and wanted to take pictures and get the layout of the house.
Did they take anything from the house?
I think they took a couple pieces of her artwork and a couple things like that, but I'm not certain at this time.
And you don't know as to what they did with those, do you?
I do not.
Did they ever find the camera in the refrigerator?
No.
Court's indulgence.
I can see that.
There are no further questions.
May this witness be finally excused by the state.
We'd ask that be subject to recall.
Mr. Smiley, I'm going to ask you to stand down, but you're going to need to leave the courtroom and not discuss your testimony with anybody. You're not free to be in the courtroom just yet.
Okay.
All right. State may call its next witness.
Oh, come on.
Your Honor, this will be a lengthy witness. I'm not sure if you want us to start or.
Yeah.
Y'all can approach.
Isn't it 1 o'clock there now? Surely it's their lunch break. They're not going to run another lengthy witness this time, I don't think. I don't believe. So when you do head over to Baker, you have to do, you have to say where you're coming from. So raid from alternate juror and defense rests.
Before we go any
Oh,
further, I need
noon.
S9 out of the DVD and back in the court reporter's custody, please.
Oh, Lordy. Lord, won't you buy me a big diamond ring? I need me some coffee to stop me singing. Oh, I can L this.
Requiring the state to take a witness out of order. Lunch isn't here yet, but we're not stopping till lunch is ready, okay? Take him a few minutes to get here. Get there.
So they're taking a witness out of order by the schmounds of it. Grumpy judge. Grumpy judge. Hello.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You don't have to speak directly in the microphone.
Did you see what the CC put up for that? I have to read that back again. When he was reading, swearing him in, have a read of what the CC captioned. Oops, one too many.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Nothing on the truth, so healthy body.
You don't have to speak directly in the microphone, but you need to speak so the lady on the back row can hear you, okay? You understand that you're now under oath, and your answers will be sworn answers under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Good instruction,
Please
Judge.
introduce
Pick
yourself
up.
to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, Cliff Dunlap, Rankin County.
Where within Rankin County do you work, Cliff?
In the Rankin County Coroner's Office.
Okay. And
Oh.
what specifically is your title at the coroner's office?
Really?
Chief Deputy Coroner.
How long have you worked there at the coroner's office, Cliff?
Been there about 12 and a half years.
Okay. What year did you start?
2011.
These are the bits I like.
And as the chief deputy coroner, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities there at the coroner's office?
So essentially, we are death investigators. We respond to any number of deaths that fall under our jurisdiction.
Prior to working at the coroner's office, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I've been in the death care industry since
Death
2006.
care industry.
As a licensed
That's a new
mortician.
one for it.
And what kind of training did you go through to
Okay.
become a licensed mortician?
So for the mortician, we have an associate's degree in applied sciences, specifically for mortuary science.
And before,
So he is specialized in reconstruction and stuff. So any holes he patches and whatnot to make it look nice for viewings. Yeah. Yeah. I've never heard of the death care industry.
coming to the coroner's office in 2011, between 2006 and 2011, where else did you work during those times?
I started out working at Ottenley Funeral Home, and then subsequently
Yes.
at Mortuary Services after
Still,
that.
Okay. And just kind of
yes. Still the
not to
same.
get graphic or anything like that, but on a day-to-day basis, what did your job responsibilities include?
So we would respond to scenes of death, hospitals, residents. We would take decedents into our care and then provide the services that the family wanted depending on their desires.
And so once you came to the coroner's office in 2011, what kind of training or education did you have to go through?
So we go through a 40-hour initial training that covers the various degrees and topics that we may encounter on a day-to-day basis. Death investigation, family notifications, and then we do continuing education on a yearly basis.
And how much continuing education is required of someone in the coroner's office?
So we're on 24 hours in a calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
And just in general, what kind of topics do you typically, what kind of classes do you take as part of your continuing education?
It could be any manner of things that kind of
Yeah,
fall under the
exactly.
jurisdiction of death
He's-
investigation.
He's a funeral. He was a
scenes,
funeral director.
recovery, family discussions, just all manners that fall under that jurisdiction.
As part of
It
your
does. It does.
training and
Good
education, do you
God,
sometimes attend and observe autopsies at the state crime lab?
Yes, we do.
Fancy.
How many would you say that you've attended or observed since working at the coroner's office?
In my time total, I would say roughly 10 to 15.
And speaking of the state medical examiner's office, tell the ladies and gentlemen how the coroner's office works with the state medical examiner's office, or if y'all do work with the state medical examiner's office.
We do. So under the state medical examiner's office, there are 83 coroners, one for each county and one additional for the Choctaw Reservation. We're basically the eyes and the ears of the medical examiner's office because they're not able to, of course, go out to each individual death per county. So we're kind of their representatives on a day-to-day basis, and we report to them findings.
Since starting at the coroner's office in 2011, approximately how many calls would you say you've been on, Cliff?
Estimated, I would say at least
Need
into
to
the
Google that.
thousands, based off of my yearly calls that we work.
And again, just kind of generally speaking, why would the coroner's office be called to a scene?
So again, for death investigation, usually anything that falls under our jurisdiction, natural deaths and unnatural deaths.
And whenever you say unnatural deaths, what do you mean by that?
Any death that is not attributable to a disease, natural disease process, that can range from suicides, homicides, accidental deaths.
And so just again, speaking generally, not about this case in particular, whenever you show up to a scene or respond to a call, kind of walk us through what your procedure is.
So normally we would determine whether or not this was a natural death or not. You know, like I said, we cover a lot of different types of cases. Of course, we want to make sure that the scene itself is preserved so that we have a very accurate description of how the death occurred. Then we would talk to any law enforcement agencies and proceed accordingly.
And now kind of turning to March 19th of this year, 2024, were you employed at the coroner's office at that time?
Yes.
As a chief deputy coroner? Okay. Do you remember receiving a call out to 214 Ashton Way?
I do.
Okay. And just by way of brief description, tell us where that's located.
It's in the Avalon subdivision, I believe, off Grants Ferry Road.
Okay. Old Fannin.
Old Fannin,
yeah. And did you respond to that address?
I did.
Okay. And again, walk us through from the time that you got the call out to when you got on scene, what you did.
Okay. So when we arrived on scene, we were informed that this death was attributed to a gunshot wound. So that let us know that when we arrived on scene to meet with investigators and law enforcement, just to make sure that the scene was secure and safe for us to enter into. Once that was established, we made entry into the house. Walking into the living room, we went to the left. There were some bedrooms that were located off the living room. That time we found Miss Smiley. She was laying on her back in a supine position, and it appears as though she had suffered gunshot wounds.
Okay. Did you conduct an initial investigation of your own to determine anything at that time?
Yes, we wanted to make sure again that scene preservation was of the utmost importance. So we talked to the law enforcement, made sure that, you know, again, it was okay for us to enter into the scene. And that's when we noticed the room that she was in and kind of the surrounding environment.
Did you look at Miss Smiley? Did you observe anything about her body?
Yes. Upon initial inspection, we did see that she did have 2 gunshot wounds at the time. You know, we always want to make sure that we present the medical examiner with the most accurate visual possible. So, you know, we kind of document what we're looking at, and that's what we initially found were the 2 gunshot wounds.
Okay. So once you did your initial investigation, then what did you do after that?
So at that time, we placed Miss Smiley into a white sheet that's used to collect any artifact that may be displaced during the transportation process. And then we recovered her from the scene until we took her to the medical examiner's office.
Called a shroud.
Did you, as part of your investigation, conduct any further investigation into Miss Smiley's case?
At that time, we were waiting on law enforcement and their reports to come in, and then the medical examiner's office would perform the autopsy.
Okay. And after the medical examiner's office perform the autopsy, did you learn anything else about how many gunshot wounds Miss Smiley had received?
Yes.
I'll be back in 2 shakes of a dog's tail.
Of the parties. Hold on. Give him the report. Give him the report. No. Yes, sir. You can approach.
I just was going to give him this document. Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Mr. Dunlap, you were just handed a document there. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is that?
This is our case report that we fill out on every death that we work.
Okay. And it appears as though it's 3 pages. Is that what you have?
Correct.
Okay. If you turn to the last page there's a what says investigator narrative. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you write that?
I did.
Okay. And when would you have written that?
That would have been the night of the incident.
Okay. And if you, in this case, were you able to make a determination as to cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Okay.
Once the medical examiner's office ruled, yes.
Okay. If you look on page 2 or anywhere in this report, is that reflected in this report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to determine as the cause of death?
Cause of death was 3 gunshot wounds to the head.
And what about the manner of death?
Manner of death was homicide.
Court's indulgence.
Cross-examination. Mr. Camp, you need the exhibit for cross?
Yes, Your Honor.
You would please give it to the bailiff, and the bailiff will give it to Mr. Camp.
I have a copy.
You do have, okay, just want to make sure. I knew I took your only copy. I apologize.
Okay, Cliff, and I'm just wanting to make sure I understand everything. This is what you call your case report, is what you have in front of you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, is that the only documents that is generated by your office?
As far as our investigative report, it is. We do initiate the death certificate, of course, for the funeral home at the appropriate time.
Okay, and to, I guess, initiate the death report and this case report, you look at other documents is what I'm understanding. Is that correct?
As far as,
well, you said you had talked to the medical examiner's office.
right, that was once the autopsy report was completed and they initiated the cause and manner of death.
Okay, once they do okay, so you're getting information from the autopsy.
Correct.
Okay, and so that's actually that's telling you what the manner of death is, or manner of death is. Correct. Okay, it's not anything you do.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just it's sort of secondhand information that you get from them, and then you put on a piece of paper, and then you turn it in.
Once they rule on the cause of death, yes, sir.
Okay. And here, I was looking on the last page because you said there were, I guess this would be a case in point. On the last page, it has your investigator narrative, and that would be your narrative.
Correct.
Okay. And it talks about 2 gunshots.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then you got more information, I guess, after you did your narrative.
Right. Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back and edit or change, or when I say change it, you didn't make a notation that upon getting the autopsy information back, there's actually 3 gunshots or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you normally make, because it looks like on the first page, did you say, or at some point you do say there's 3 gunshots. Is that correct?
In the case or the cause of death, once it was ruled that it was changed to that.
Okay. But you didn't change the narrative.
Correct.
And you didn't, in your narrative, you didn't say anything about once you get the information, you're now, compiling the report and this is what we're doing. Is that correct?
Right. We have a separate report from the medical examiner's office.
And so is this one, well, I guess you wouldn't do this case report or you wouldn't finish it until you got the autopsy though, correct? Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Cliff, do you know whenever you said you sat through some autopsies, is that correct?
Correct.
Whenever the medical examiner gets someone into the crime lab, do they clean that person up?
What they do initially is they will do x-rays before anything is done to the decedent.
Do they clean the person up or in any manner?
During the course of the autopsy, they do.
Okay. Is the based off what you know personally, is the medical examiner's office, can they then do their investigation into the decedent at that time as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you said earlier that the coroner's office is the eyes and the ears in Rankin County. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, just to be clear, as reflected in your report that's in evidence, what were you able to determine was the cause and manner of death?
The gunshot wounds.
Okay, and what?
Yes.
Cliff, through the laws of the state, are you familiar with the laws of the state of Mississippi as they affect the coroner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And does your office make a determination as to cause and manner of death through your normal job duties and responsibilities?
In cases that we rule on, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused by the state?
Yes, sir.
By the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to step down. Y'all approach.
Y'all approach. All right. Are we breaking?
Lunch should be there in just a few minutes, okay? Everyone remain seated while the jury exits.
All right. So they are breaking for lunch. Which means we're winding it up. So that was the coroner's office. I'm assuming the next witness will probably be the ME after lunch. Just guessing. So the plan, Stan. Those people that are on alternate jurors channel will automatically be redirected to Broken Baker's channel. And don't forget, everyone that gets redirected over there, or everyone who goes over there, you need to shout out raid incoming from, you can call us AJ and TDR if you want, the defense first. That's easier. Thanks, Kelly. You're welcome, George. At the moment, the stream link that he's got up is for P. Diddy, but he is going to cover this case after lunch, and I think the P. Diddy case is just winding up now. So, from what I can see on his stream, so yeah, say hi to him for me. So AJ's channel will get automatically redirected. Those that are on this channel, you need to click on this link. Where is it? head on over, like and subscribe his channel. He's amazing. He's so funny. He's that dry. It is not funny. And he has the best description of Laurie Shaver from our last trial I've ever heard in my life. So thank you very, very much again for being here and joining us. Thank you to all the new subscribers and for everyone watching, taking the time out of your precious day to come and join us and to join our awesome family. We do have a great time here and we love what we do. So AJ will be hosting tomorrow. I will be here, but she will be running the show, so I will have my jazz hands free, and I can sit back and watch and enjoy instead of having to run in the show. Yes, I have to go on to Nana's because it's 3:20 a.m. Oh, you're very welcome, Winosaur. Very, very well. Winosaur, always welcome here. Thank you, Gabby, for your awesome job as always. And yeah, if anyone on that, because Gabby has a wrench, and the ratio of wrenches to the amount of people in chat now is being outnumbered. So if anyone's interested in perhaps in becoming a wrench thrower, you can. How you gonna? Oh, you can let me know in chat tomorrow if you like, or leave a message, a comment after the stream, and I will get back to you on. Okay, thanks again for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day. Stay safe, make good choices, don't do drugs, and I will see you on the morrow. Arrivederci.
The end, Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer.